Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have some issues to hash through at lunch. It's lunchtime now, so we're going to take our lunch break now, and let's plan to be back. Does everybody think 1:30 gives everybody enough time to do what they need to do? Or
that does give the state sufficient time if it suffices for
1:30, 1:45, 1:30? Okay, we'll see everybody back at 1:30. Thank you. So who's A. Williams that was trying to get into the Zoom? Okay, sorry. So Ms. Persfield obviously is not with us right now, so my JA is trying to run it and was like, who is this? Okay. All right, we will, unless does anybody need anything put on the record right now? All right, then we'll just break for lunch. Y'all handle the things that we discussed at the bench, and I'll see everybody back at 1:30.
All right, so we're going to lunch. We are going to lunch. And we're going to go to lunch together as well. So I've had some technical difficulties over here for some reason. I think it's the building that I'm in. They're doing some reconstruction and stuff like that. So had to deal with that. But yeah, so and there's been some discrepancies going on with Antonio Sledge. He's already. I predicted. You know, if you follow me on social media, make sure you follow me on my social medias. But I've already predicted that he would get on the stand and say, "I don't recall," and or "I lied to the police." Now he's already stated that he don't recall. He's already stated that several times. Um, yeah, he stated that several times already.
Posts from parents who are very concerned, saying we haven't been able to get to our kids yet, we haven't been able to get near the school yet. Just a lot of confusion in those first early moments when there wasn't a lot confirmed. But so far, we have been able to confirm. We do know that there has been a shooting at this school. There are multiple victims, and it is still an active enough situation that it does not appear that parents are being let onto the campus right now. So we have multiple reporters either there or headed to the scene. You've heard from Adam Murphy. You have heard from Chelsea Beimfor via us. We've showed you what she is dealing with this. She makes her way to the school. She's about a mile away from the school where she was able to park and try to get close enough to give us a report. She wants to give us an eye view of what's going on because, as you can see, the campus is quite large. So as parents are showing up to find their children during this horrific incident, they don't really know where to go. We saw a long line of cars just stopped and waiting. At that point, law enforcement had barricaded the area off and appeared to only be letting other law enforcement vehicles in, and all the other cars were forced to stop and stay there and just hope that their kids are not one of these victims.
A lot of those parents that you mentioned, Lana, have walked past our Adam Murphy, who is on the scene, on the ground, just in front of the main entrance, the main entryway to the school. Adam, I wonder if you've been able to gather any more information.
Well, there's another ambulance just now arriving, pulling over on the left side. Parents, you may see over here in the open grass area, the front grass in front of the school, there are a lot of parents that have been told to make their way back towards the football stadium. As we've reported, that seems to be where students were taken as they were removed from the school when the active shooting incident was first reported. We have hundreds of law enforcement vehicles here. I also, last live shot that we did, an update we did for you, we were live showing one of the chopper medic units that was flying in. This is the second time we've seen a medic unit from a chopper that has come to the school. It's actually grounded right over there in a grassy area in front of the school near the American and state flag, the flagpole there. We have not seen anyone bring any potential patients out yet and load them into the chopper, the medic unit, but we're keeping our eyes on that as well. We did have a state patrol trooper come through here and say, if you're just arriving, meet at the football stadium. So I presume that information was directed towards any parents that may be arriving to check on their children. That's happening at this hour as well. But a very involved, chaotic scene. Several law enforcement agencies are here. We talked about State Patrol, City of Monroe, Barrow County, Gwinnett County, GBI, all of them here. Every one of them is here conducting their investigation into what occurred here at this school earlier this morning. Again, what I can tell you is I have seen at least 6 ambulances arrive since I've been here in the last 30 minutes. And I've seen 3 or 4 of them leave the scene in a hurry with their lights and sirens on, presumably going to a local or area hospital. It would indicate that there could be multiple injuries here.
All right, and that's Adam Murphy reporting.
Any student or parent or faculty member to have to encounter, and we don't know at this point the magnitude of this situation. Here is another Jackson County Emergency Services ambulance, does not have its lights and sirens on, but headed into the front area of the school. They've just been coming and going and coming and going. So as soon as we can gather more information about the extent and number of injuries, certainly we will share that with you. But a lot of frantic parents continue to arrive here at Appalachia High School in Barrow County after a very sad and tragic day here at the school.
We have gotten a statement from the GBI. You mentioned that you've seen Georgia Bureau of Investigation officers there on the scene. GBI issuing a statement saying the GBI has responded to a shooting at Appalachia High School in Barrow County. We have agents on site assisting local, state, and federal law enforcement with the ongoing investigation. One suspect is in custody. We urge anyone near the area to stay clear while authorities investigate. And to the point that Adam was making about the magnitude and the fact that we don't know, it's a sad reality that I have covered. I'm sure you have as well.
Yeah.
Many of these types of situations, these shootings that take place in public spaces like schools, and very often the initial reports that come out end up not being the full truth.
Right.
And so as these details come out, and as you may find information on social media, just know that it's going to take some time to sort out the facts. We're going to do that here. We're not going to report any rumors or anything else until we've been able to confirm it with our trusted sources. And so it's going to take a little while, though, as Adam said, to learn the magnitude of exactly what has gone down there, how many people have been impacted and involved and injured and wounded. We can report, though, because this is the statement we're getting, that one person is in custody.
And we can also report that there are multiple victims, just in the sense that we were told that multiple people had been taken to area hospitals with gunshot wounds, and you watched along with us as with First Alert Chopper as someone was airlifted to Grady Memorial Hospital. So certainly a horrible situation here, and it may seem calm outside of the school right now, but we assure you this is a very active situation right now. People are still being urged to stay away from this scene. Certainly parents are headed there as we speak, hoping that their children are not one of these victims. Of course, it may take some time to identify whoever is arriving to the hospital, of course, so parents are finding out along with us. We are live on air watching this happen with you. It's a terrible situation. We're trying to be as clear and concise and truthful as we can. That's why we're trying to stay with the facts, as Rick said, because there are a lot of things circulating on social media right now. Not always the best to believe that. So again, we want to tell you we are giving you a live look in Barrow County. This is Appalachia High School, where there is a heavy police presence after some sort of a shooting. We cannot tell you how bad the shooting is just yet, how many victims there is just yet, but we are saying on top of that, we are actively monitoring for updates as the show goes on. And we can tell you that FBI Atlanta is on scene, GBI is on scene. Our governor has weighed in on this. He said resources are all headed over to this scene. We have students still evacuated there at the stadium. We have First Alert Chopper still giving us shots overhead so you can see what's going on. And we have Adam Murphy there on scene. We have Chelsea Beimfor, who's just arriving. She'll be gathering information. She'll be giving us a live report from a different vantage point. Hopefully give us some new information about what she's seeing. And it seems as if all the students are there kind of at the front, or we're watching someone on a stretcher being carried out. Gosh, this is just so heartbreaking. You hope for there to be minimal impacts to life here, and to see someone carried away on a stretcher from a school is just, it's heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking. That person being loaded into an ambulance. We've gotten reports that gunshot wound victims have been taken to local hospitals. Piedmont Regional Hospital in Athens, we believe, is the hospital that's receiving these patients. There are other hospitals as well that may be receiving patients. We have seen the highway and have walked towards the building to try to connect with their children.
Right.
And all of those students and faculty members have been taken to that football field area where now we are seeing one person taken away on a gurney, moved away from that location and put into the back of an ambulance. That looked like an empty gurney there, thankfully. But again, Governor Kemp asking everyone to pray for the community at Appalachia High School, and I think the entire state of Georgia is doing that right now as we await to learn exactly what has gone down at the school this morning, where one person is now in custody, going to be accused of committing a horrible act with a firearm. Yet again, a school shooting that unfortunately we have seen play out around the country, and this morning it happened right here in Metro Atlanta.
And we have to remember, these are children. These are, gosh, some of them just got out of middle school. These are 9th to 12th graders who are now dealing with something that is going to stick with them for the rest of their lives. This happened at approximately 10:23 a.m. So the school day would have just gotten going a couple hours before, going as usual, and all of a sudden gunshots are ringing out, and their classmates potentially are getting hit. We are still waiting to confirm who the victims are. Were they students? Were they teachers? Were they staff? There are a lot of unconfirmed details right now, a lot of questions swirling as anxious parents are showing up to the scene trying to figure out, can they get their children right now? So we are staying on top of this. Again, we want to give you a scene setter, just showing you the scope of the school and who all is on scene. We know Barrow County Sheriff's Department is on scene, the GBI, the FBI, certainly the police department is on scene. A lot of law enforcement personnel, of course, first responders, emergency vehicles on scene, as people are both in and inside of the school investigating.
You can see the law enforcement, some of the officers that Lana's referring to right there. We know that that families of parents have been forced to pull over, some of them about a mile or so from the campus. And they are getting out of their vehicles and walking that distance. Must feel like the longest walk in the world, that 1 mile stretch to get to the campus, to be reunited with your child. But that is what a lot of parents are experiencing this morning in Barrow County. Adam Murphy is on the scene, and I know, Adam, you've watched a number of these parents because they've walked right by you.
Yeah, that's the tough thing about this. It's an emotional thing for everyone. And then, trying to gather the information when we don't have things confirmed, we have to be very careful with our reporting. What I can tell you is what I see. Okay, yet another ambulance, this one from Walton County, that has just pulled up to the front of the school. And this marks probably 6 to 8 ambulances that I have seen in the last 30 minutes that have come and gone from the school. So that would indicate multiple injuries here. We have hundreds of law enforcement vehicles. We have the helicopter, the medic vac unit that is up there as well, that landed in front of the school a short time ago, still here. And like I said, I'm hearing a lot of different information from different people. So we have to sort through that and be very careful. I mean, we know there is one gunman we've reported that's in custody. What we don't know is if there were more than one involved in the shooting that happened earlier today here at Appalachia High School in Barrow County. I'm hearing a lot of different things from different people, parents. We want to make sure we get that information confirmed before we begin to report things that aren't accurate. What I can tell you as well is that there is a news briefing that is going to take place very soon. Law enforcement is going to hopefully give us some details and some particulars about what happened out here just after 10 o'clock this morning at Appalachia High School in Barrow County. As you guys mentioned, we have several different law enforcement agencies that come from everywhere, and they're all here and they're surrounding the school. We've seen some in tactical gear as well, others that are patrolling the street here and telling parents to make their way towards the football stadium. I know we have reported that the students were taken out there as a safe place, after there was a lockdown and there were reports of gunfire. So we're going to continue to work this scene. We hope to gather more information with a news briefing in just moments. So stay right here with Atlanta News First. And as we gather new details, we will share them with you guys.
Yeah, Adam, thanks for that. We actually just got a brief report from Chelsea Bimfor, who has also just showed up to the scene. She's going to have a brand new report and new video for you in just moments. But I just want to give you a bit from what she's told us so far. She told us she talked to someone who says their loved one was in the room where a shooting happened. She is distraught, as you may imagine. She told us she has seen parents running down the street trying to get to the school. They also had to park about a mile away where Chelsea had to park as well. Again, police are still barricading the area off so people aren't able to just come right up to the school where they are and park. They're parking a mile away and running to get to their children right now, she's saying of the parents. She said she's seen people crying out there. She says that a mom came up to her sobbing, asking if we knew anybody who'd been confirmed as one of the victims. And again, no victim information has been released at this point, but that just gives you an idea of how terrifying this is for anybody who has a loved one who attends Appalachia High School right now. Again, we're going to have a live report so Chelsea can give you what happened straight from her mouth, from what she's seen and experienced out there. Again, we're trying to make sure we stick to the fact up here. We don't want to repeat or say anything that is just speculation. A lot of speculation on social media right now, so we just want you to be wary of that.
Yeah, one suspect is in custody. That we are confident in reporting. We've heard that from a number of different law enforcement sources. We don't know where that suspect is, whether the suspect is still in the building or whether the suspect has been removed from the building, and what the condition of the suspect is, whether or not there was any type of gunfire exchanged with the suspect. That's information that we are waiting to learn. Obviously, there are a lot of questions that need to be answered here, and we've sent a team of reporters to Appalachia High School to try to do the work of getting the facts, getting the information that we need so that we can share it with you. Chelsea Bimfor, one of those reporters who has just arrived at the scene. I know you've spoken with some loved ones of students there at the school. Chelsea, fill us in. What are you seeing, and what can you share?
Well, Rick, we're on Tom Miller Road. This is about a half a mile from the high school. We had to park up here on the top of this hill about a mile away. You can see some other people walking towards us, likely parents of students here trying to come and pick their children up. Because there are so much law enforcement here and so much going on, they're asking parents to park up there too and walk down this road to get their children. So we've spoken to several of these people as they've been making their way towards the high school. First, we spoke with an older sister who says she got a frantic call from her younger sister who's a freshman at Appalachia High School. She said, "There's a shooter, we're out on the football field, can you please come pick me up?" Then we spoke to a grandmother who says her freshman grandson was in the room where someone got shot. She said her daughter was already here picking her grandson up, but she wanted to also come and make sure he was okay. Again, we have no idea how many fatalities there have been, but the sheriff's office is saying there are multiple casualties. So again, I want to give you a look at some of the parents that are coming down the street here. This is about a half a mile from the high school. They're a little bit further away, but as they keep walking down here, we will try to speak with some of them about what they're seeing and hearing. And just one more thing before we toss it back to you guys. Another frantic mother came up to us a few minutes ago and said, "Do you know the names of the students involved?" At this point, of course, we don't have those names, but she said, "My son is a senior. I can't get in touch with him." Of course, very upset and crying. We're working to get this information verified as quickly as possible, guys.
All right, Chelsea Bimfor live there on the scene, and I can only imagine what it's like for those parents and siblings.
This is tough. This is a tough situation. Anybody who has a child can certainly understand what these parents must be feeling as they are running a mile to get to the school to find out if their loved one is one of these victims. We do know that several victims have been taken to the hospital, to area hospitals. So certainly some parents who may have been notified may be showing up there. We do know that someone has been airlifted to Grady Memorial Hospital. That means their injuries must have been very serious to need to be airlifted instead of being taken via a vehicle to get to the hospital nearby that area. And it's tough. You might hear our voices breaking a bit because this is hard. We understand these are children that we're talking about here, children in our area who've just either suffered something so horrible or they've witnessed it and they will never be the same after this. So it is a tough day. Chelsea, if we still have you there, if you're able to see what road you're on, it seems like some parents are having some success getting that way. Do you know?
Mass shooting in Georgia. I may be wrong, but I don't recall any mass shootings in Georgia. So this is kind of new for me. So bear with me. Let's see what happens.
Only been out here about 20 minutes, but we've just seen several of these police cars race by. We've actually seen 2 ambulances as well coming down this street. So as far as where parents are being told to park, I don't think there's a precise direction. They're coming from all over the place. So again, there's another entrance on the other side of the school, on the back side of the school, but from where we are on Tom Miller Road, they were being asked to park at an intersection just up the street and walk about a mile down towards Appalachia High School. Again, here come 2 more police cars. These do appear to be Georgia State Patrol vehicles that are passing. Excuse me, it looks like there's 4 of them. A very large law enforcement presence out here. We know Georgia State Patrol is here, the GBI is here, the FBI is involved, and of course the Barrow County Sheriff's Office and Winder Police Department all on scene as well. We've also seen Lawrenceville Police Department cars making their way down towards Appalachia High School.
Chelsea, these cars that we see, the law enforcement vehicles, are they heading to the school or away from the school?
The ones that you just saw zooming past us are actually heading away from the school. So, unclear where those are going, but we are being told that one suspect is in custody. So, of course, they have a lot more investigating to do here as well, trying to figure out what the motive was behind this and what led up to the shooting.
We should mention, when you see the word, we have the word casualties on the screen right now. When police talk about casualties, that could mean that someone has been killed or injured.
Right.
It doesn't necessarily mean that that the person, the casualty, is dead. It could be someone who has been killed or injured. And so the number of casualties at this point, we don't know. We have not gotten that information, but we have seen so many ambulances. Adam was talking about 6 to 8 ambulances that he had witnessed himself, just sort of, speeding away from the scene. We also did witness someone put it into a helicopter and choppered to Grady Memorial Hospital. This is video, not live, but video of one of those air vacs, the one that has a patient in it that left the scene. This is probably about an hour or so ago that this took place. And so the original calls, just to catch you up here at 12:40 on this Wednesday afternoon, the original calls came in just after 10:20 this morning. Reports of gunfire at Appalachia High School. Police then responded to those calls, and we've gotten this statement from the Barrow County Sheriff's Department as we take a look at these live pictures of parents walking to the campus of Appalachia High School to be reunited, they're praying with their children, that at approximately 10:23, officers from multiple law enforcement agencies and fire EMS personnel were dispatched to the high school in reference to a reported active shooting. One suspect is in custody and casualties have been reported. Details on the number or their conditions is not available at this time. And again, this is video. These are not live pictures. This is video that we've been gathering over the last 90 minutes or so since we first went on the air with this, showing you the scene, which at various times has been active or I don't want to say inactive, because obviously there's a lot going on there. Right. But we've seen a lot of law enforcement sort of walking around without the sense of urgency that you would expect if there was an active shooter still at large. And when we say that there's one person in custody, we don't know whether or not there are any other suspects that they're looking for. So again, a lot of information we don't know, a lot of rumors flying around on social media. We're going to stick to the facts and report that to you as we take a look at these pictures. Again, video from moments ago, not live, of that law enforcement officer who was armed walking towards the building, some of the other law enforcement vehicles that were brought to the scene.
And as far as that one suspect who is in custody right now, we have not been given any information about that person as well. So we don't know whether that is a man, a woman, whether that was a student, whether that was a random person who made their way onto the school. There have been 0 confirmed reports from law enforcement as to who the suspect is. Same story for the victims. No confirmed reports of who the victims are as of 12:41 right now. But Chelsea, we want to get back to you because you are the only person right now who is standing anywhere near parents seem to be able to get close enough to the school to find their children. We know you've talked to multiple parents or grandparents of students at the school. Can you tell us what you've heard?
Well, guys, we are trying to talk to more families as they come down this hill here on Tom Miller Road. These are actually some other media outlets and news crews that are walking towards us right now. But behind them, it does look like there are some more families. So it's just been incredibly emotional in the very short time that we've been out here. We spoke to 2 families who had made contact with their students or their grandchildren. And knew that they were okay and that they were on the football field and that's where they were heading to pick them up. But then we spoke to another mother who had not heard from her son. She said he's a senior. She said, "Do you know the names of the students involved?" Which of course we don't have that information yet, as all of this is still very active. But she was very shaken up, trying to get to the school as quickly as possible. Again, these parents are having to park about a mile away and walk down here in order to pick their students up. from the football field or outside the school. Again, we're going to try to speak to some of these parents if one of them would be willing to speak with us on live TV. So we'll get back with you in just a second.
All right, Chelsea, we'll let you go and do that as we get everybody caught up to speed here at 12:43. On this Wednesday afternoon, you're taking a look at a map where there has been a school shooting at Appalachia High School in Barrow County, Winder, that is northeast, about an hour north of downtown Atlanta. There has been a shooting with multiple casualties, and a suspect is in custody. That's about what we know and what we've been able to confirm right now. The call came in to law enforcement at around 10:23. Law enforcement from multiple jurisdictions arriving at the scene, state, local, federal law enforcement there, as students were evacuated to the football field to be in a safe location while law enforcement worked at the scene and all of this unfolded. We've seen one person airlifted away in a helicopter, taken to Grady Memorial Hospital. We've seen a number of other ambulances speeding away from the scene, presumably taking patients to local hospitals, where we have gotten reports of people showing up, patients showing up with gunshot wounds. Again, we're working to confirm the details on exactly how many people we're talking about and exactly what state, what's going on right now in terms of the investigation and whether or not there are any more suspects that are being looked for. But again, it's a terrible scene unfolding this morning in Metro Atlanta, where this epidemic in our country of school shootings has hit home, very close to home in Metro Atlanta today.
This is a tough day, and
So I just got a report that 2 people have been unalived and 4 people were banged. But 2 people have definitely been unalived. I just got confirmation.
campus to ensure their child is not one of these victims. And we've seen other parents just parking, we're told, a mile away and walking down the street to get as close as they can. We have several reporters on scene right now to make some sense of this, because we want to make sure we give you the facts. We want to give you information from people who are there right now and people who have dug into information that is verified. So we have Chelsea Beimfort on scene, Yasmina Alston has just arrived on scene, and Adam Murphy is on scene. They are all there gathering information right now. We also have Andy Parati in studio. Andy, we know you've dug into a lot of information as far as this situation goes. So what can you tell us this afternoon?
Yeah, so what you're likely looking at in the images seeing on the screen is an action plan that the school and local law enforcement have put in place. And that's because once a year, schools are required to do active shooter drills. And that's according to a law that went into effect last year that requires active shooter training drills once a year at the school district. The law also requires schools to report completion of the drills to the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency. Also, schools are required to create a school safety plan to reduce the growing incidence of gun violence in schools, as we've been talking about, and also the creation of a state-approved school safety and anti-gang program, training teachers who want to volunteer to identify potential gang activity. According to Everytown for Gun Safety, unfortunately, as we all know, this is not the first gun incident in Georgia or United States in general. According to national numbers, so far this year, there have been 133 gun-related incidents so far this year. 38 of those resulted in fatalities, 81 injuries. Again, we're not talking about specifically Georgia. This incident, we're talking about national numbers nationwide so far this year. We don't know whether there were any metal detectors in place at this school, but we do know, according to the student code of conduct that we reviewed, that the school's conduct does have the ability, the school does have the ability to use handheld metal detectors if they suspect a student or someone else at the school may be carrying a weapon. So just some added perspective as we're looking at these images, that you are looking likely at an action plan in place that the school and local law enforcement have been working on for years, especially since the school and the state implemented that new law last year requiring active shooter drills at least once a year. Those drills are required to be conducted at least by October 1st, guys.
Andy, we appreciate that context. As we take a look at this video from earlier, these are not live pictures from the scene. This is video that we've gotten over the last hour and a half or so. One of our reporters who's there at the school in front of Appalachia High is Adam Murphy. Adam, fill us in. What are you seeing now?
All right, Rick, so we actually moved to a new location. We're actually on the front lawn area of Appalachia High School. You can see the law enforcement vehicles behind us. That's the front of the school you're looking directly at. We moved into this area because we have been told by law enforcement that this is where they will gather and hold a news briefing. We have not been given a time for that news briefing, but we have repositioned ourselves to be in place once they come out and provide some updated information. I can tell you, if you look to your left, you will notice the football stadium kind of behind the school, and that is where all the students were taken once there was an active shooter reported and the school went down, or went on lockdown, I should say. Everybody was taken from the inside of the school back over there to the football stadium in the stands, and that is where we've seen many parents making their way over there to check on their children. I have had an opportunity to speak with a few parents and others who have children that attend this school. One woman just moments ago declined to talk on camera, but did tell me in a very emotional response that it's been a very difficult day for her loved one that was in the school, and out of respect for the child, she decided that it was probably not best to discuss what she may have experienced or witnessed. And that's kind of the theme I've run into here. I think everybody's still in shock, as you would imagine. I mean, it's such a traumatic thing. You know, you talk about anyone that has children. I mean, this is definitely a worst case, worst nightmare scenario for any parent to have to deal with. And so we're just trying to make sure that we respect their space, but also provide any updated information as it becomes available. Again, several law enforcement agencies are here. We've heard multiple reports that we know one individual, right, was arrested and taken into custody, as a potential shooter. But we don't know if there were others involved. And we have seen a number of rescue units, emergency personnel, ambulances come and go throughout the afternoon. Now, we've sort of reached a bit of a stall or a quiet point here where there hasn't been a lot of activity. I reported earlier that there was a helicopter that flew in and it transported at least one individual earlier and then came back, but it's still sitting out on the front lawn near the flagpole and has not left since we reported that over a half an hour ago. So I think it's probably here in the event that it needs to take anyone to a level 1 trauma center like Grady in an emergency situation, but it still remains here. That chopper does, that medic unit. So we're going to continue to hold tight here, see if we can speak with any other parents that are arriving, and also hope that we get some new information from law enforcement very soon. And as soon as that happens, we will carry that live for you right here on Atlanta News First, guys.
All right, Adam, thanks very much. Yeah, as a parent of high school students myself, not at this school, but in Fulton County, it is difficult to report on these types of situations. And I know from my own kids that they do go through these active shooter drills, not just high school students, but through all ages of kids here. They go through these active shooter drills where the school lets parents know, tomorrow we're going to be doing this, just so you know, your child's going to be taking part in one of these drills. And so this is something that schools prepare for, and of course this is something, as we were hearing from Andy, that law enforcement prepares for. Right. That is mandated by law. We also will wait for some information on SROs, school resource officers, who are assigned to this school. We don't know exactly what their role was in the response to this, but often, they are the first responders because they're there when an emergency actually takes place, as opposed to other law enforcement that has to arrive at the scene. And we know from the terrible situation in Parkland, Florida, for example, where the school resource officer did not go into the school after hearing gunshots. So that was a big controversy, understandably, that involved lawsuits, in fact, in Parkland, Florida. But take a look at these pictures now. You can see that chopper that Adam was talking about that had flown a patient earlier to Grady Memorial Hospital and then flew back. It looked like the same chopper, the one that we saw take off earlier. So it might, in fact, be that same helicopter that has not been loaded up with any additional patients to transport at this point. We are hearing from the White House press office that President Biden has been briefed by his Homeland Security advisor on the tragic shooting at Appalachian High School in Winder, Georgia, and the administration will continue coordinating with federal, state, and local officials as we receive more information. That is the statement from the White House. And so the president has been briefed, and we have seen FBI, federal law enforcement there on the scene amongst all the other law enforcement officers.
And we have Atlanta News First anchor Brooks Baptiste standing by as well. Brooks, you have more information about what Atlanta's mayor has said. Actually, we just lost Brooks, but I can tell you that Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens released a statement moments ago, and it says, "My prayers are with the high school students, staff, and families affected by the senseless act of violence in Winder, Georgia. I have been in contact with Chief Shearbaum, and the Atlanta Police Department has been working with the Atlanta Public Schools Police Department to bolster patrols around our schools for the rest of the day out of an abundance of caution. APD has also been on standby in case law enforcement agencies need assistance with this incident. May God comfort the victims and their loved ones in the difficult days ahead." And it has obviously been a very difficult day for the parents and loved ones of students and staff at this school as everybody tries to make sense of what's going on here. Again, we have confirmed there are multiple victims involved in this shooting. Some were transported to local area hospitals there in Winder. One was airlifted to the hospital here in our area, to Grady Memorial Hospital, which we know is a level 1 trauma center. And some parents, it seems, may have had contact with their kids. Others are still trying to reach out to their kids. There's a lot of chaos and a lot of questions at this hour that we are here for you with team coverage as we sort these things out.
Yeah, and we're going to stick to the facts, what we've been able to confirm. We know that there's a lot being circulated on social media. We are going to report what we can tell you as fact, what we've gathered from our trusted sources. We do know, again, that one person is in custody. We don't know anything about the person in custody. We don't know if it's a male or a female or a student or a former student. We have no information on that at all, but one enforcement. And we've seen hundreds of students and faculty members brought to that football field that you see right there on the screen. And this is where parents are being told to go to gather their students. And we have seen parents walking, some of them from a mile or so away, having had to park their to be able to get to the campus. This is video from a little while ago, not live, seeing video of what looked like law enforcement officers entering into the school building in some type of active formation, but we didn't learn anything more about what happened once they got inside the building. So, as Lana said, there are a lot of questions. We're going to get you the answers, and when we can report something, we will do so. But we are not going to speculate at all at this point. Brooks Baptiste has been covering this story from the beginning. And Brooks, as we take a look at this video now, and we are waiting for more information, it really is just a tragic day. These kids now are part of a club that no kid wants to be a member of, to be a student at a school where there's been a school shooting.
Yeah, Rick and Lana, this is just an awful and terrifying situation. I think we could all agree there. We are getting a lot of reaction that is pouring into the newsroom, and we are bringing those statements to you directly. So we are told that President Joe Biden has spoken with his Homeland Security advisor. The White House says his administration is going to continue coordinating with federal, state, and local officials. And that reaction is pouring in right now. Governor Brian Kemp saying that he is directing state resources to respond respond, and he's encouraging prayer. And prayer seems to be a common sentiment among most of the people who are speaking out about this awful situation here. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens also releasing a statement saying, quote, "My prayers are with the high school students, staff, and families affected by the senseless act of violence in Winder, Georgia. I have been in contact with Chief Shearbaum, and the Atlanta Police Department has been working with the Atlanta Public Schools Police Department to bolster patrols around our schools for the rest of the day out of an abundance of caution." Also been on standby. APD has been on standby in case law enforcement agencies need assistance with this incident. The mayor went on to say, "May God comfort the victims and their loved ones in the difficult days ahead." So again, guys, between the mayor, also several other officials speaking out right now, just calling for the community to come together in unity, as typically the community does, coming together in prayer and well wishes for all of those who have been impacted by this tragedy.
Yeah, Brooks, thanks for that. In the meantime, parents are worried right now. They are trying to get to their kids right now. So we want to take you back out live to Appalachia High School in Barrow County, where there are still students evacuated at the stadium. There are still a lot of parents trying to get to their kiddos. We have Chelsea Beimfor out there live with a witness. So Chelsea, you got a live interview for us. What can you guys tell us?
Yeah, Lana, we have been speaking with parents, but I want to bring in Mark Knotts. He's a witness. He lives across the street from the high school. You don't have any children, Mark, but you said that you live across the street, and just tell us what you heard this morning.
Well, this morning when I woke up, I heard gunshots, and several of them. I couldn't tell exactly how many, so I went outside to smoke my cigarette like I do every morning. And I noticed about 5 minutes after that, cop cars were everywhere. Surrounding counties, surrounding 6 counties were everywhere. I'm talking about 1,000 cop cars. And I knew something was seriously wrong. And then I seen all the cars pulling on the side of the road and everything. And I just, I pray that, everybody's all right. And the people that have passed away, if there has been anybody, I just pray for their families and everything. And like I said, I just had to get away, and I'm just commuting to the store real quick. So,
shortly after you heard those gunshots, did people start coming out of the school?
It was crazy. Like it looked like I didn't really pay no attention to it at first. I was like, this sounded like they were at the school. And I look over, and then the alarms started going off, like the school alarms, and people were going out around the school, and like they're doing like the drill, like the drill, fire drill stuff is what I seen. And then I knew something was seriously wrong. And you don't hear about that happening. You hear about it happening all around the world, but it just shows that it can happen anywhere. And
This community's pretty small, tight knit. I mean, it's usually
Bethlehem, there's no seriously gunplay or nothing like that goes on around Bethlehem. It hasn't been for years. Hasn't been that I can remember, and I'm 35 years old, so it's not really likely. So apparently. I don't know. I don't have no details, but apparently something was going on with somebody's mental. So that just shows that people need to be more aware of their children, if it was a child, about their mental state, because nobody never knows what the next man can do.
And those are details we're still trying to work out as far as what happened and what the motive may have been. But thank you so much, Mark, for your time. You as well. And Mark was telling us he lives right across from the high school. He says, of course, it's just been chaos out there this morning. All kinds of police officers, parents, children. He was actually walking towards us with his head down. He said, "I just need to step away from this for a little bit." He said he's walking up to the store to just take a breath. I mean, even people that really aren't involved with what happened at the school, this is a very highly emotional time for everybody in this community, guys.
Yeah, Chelsea, he mentioned mental health, and Representative Esther Panich actually did say that today. I know there's still a lot more emphasis on what has happened, but she did note for anybody affected or traumatized by what's happening right now at Appalachia High School, you can dial 988 and get help. This is such a horrible situation. And Chelsea, while we still have you here, I just wanted you to see if you could fill in what you've been hearing from parents. I know we don't have anybody who's willing to go live with you right now. As you can imagine, they are just trying to get to their babies and try to figure out what's going on there. But can you just fill us in of what you've heard from parents that you've talked to as they've rushed by you to get to the school?
Yeah, we spoke with a grandmother who is very distraught. She was walking down the street here. Her grandson is okay, and she's so thankful that he's okay. But she said he was in the room where a classmate was shot. So she's very thankful that her grandson is doing fine, but she says, of course, mentally, this is going to be very hard and something he's not going to forget the rest of his life. We also spoke with another woman who said she was the older sister of a girl here that's 14 years old, and she was also racing down this street here to get there and pick her sister up. She said she was okay, but was completely shaken up. Said she got a phone call from her crying this morning saying there's an active shooter. Please come pick me up. And I think we do have some of that soundbite that we'll play for you now. Is she okay? Have you talked to her?
Yeah, I've talked to her. She's a little nervous. They're on the football field waiting on the parents to come get them. She's very nervous.
Did she hear the gunshot?
I don't know. She didn't tell me. She just called us to say, could you hurry up and come get us? There's an active shooter here. And my first thing was to make sure she was okay. Nobody was hurt. So that's my biggest concern.
When you heard there was an active shooter?
Yeah, my heart started beating. I was actually on my way to go to work. And then I just dropped everything and I just got in the car and I left. The traffic was so bad at the front. I was in the middle of the red light and people were blowing, but there was nothing I could do. So the main thing is to make sure these kids are okay. So
thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You have a good luck. Be safe. And you can see we did that interview as she was, almost jogging down to the school. This road here, Tom Miller Road, you can see people walking down it still at this hour, trying to get here, get off work and collect their children from the high school following the shooting that took place here this morning. Again, a lot of parents have made contact with their children and learned that they're okay, but we did speak with another mom who came up to us crying. She said she couldn't get in touch with her son, who's a senior here, was asking us for information, which of course we're still trying to get for everybody at home as well. We know that the sheriff's office is going to be holding a press conference shortly that Adam Murphy will be covering for us, guys.
All right, Chelsea, thanks very much. Your heart goes out to all the parents, that mom who dropped everything to rush. And thank goodness she was able to get in touch with her child who said she was okay. But again, the lasting trauma that these kids will experience as a result of having witnessed such a horrible act is something that will stay with them for a long, long time. There will be time to talk about, mental illness and gun control legislation, possible things that people always talk about after these types of situations. But of course, right now is the time to gather information and so that we can tell you exactly what has taken place. And so we'll leave those discussions for later as we work to learn more about multiple casualties, people who have been injured. We do not know the severity of the injuries. We do know that there are multiple people who have been injured or killed in this incident today, this school shooting in Barrow County. And we're hearing from a number of different adjoining neighboring school districts, sort of again offering their prayers and support, talking about some of the safety procedures that are in place in their schools. And again, a lot of these schools, all of these schools now are mandated to have certain, different barriers, things that have been put in, technology that has been created specifically because of this epidemic of school shootings to fortify school entryways, doors that lock automatically with the push of a button so that someone can't enter the building from a different location. Different special glass that's installed, bulletproof glass used to try to fortify these entryways. And so again, as we wait to learn more information about this, we'll also learn about some of the safety procedures that were in place at Appalachia High School and exactly how well that safety plan was actually, they were able to carry that out.
Because people will want to know if this could have been prevented. There are so few details out right now. All we know is that one suspect has been taken into custody. There have been no confirmed reports of any other suspects. So we do not know that either way at this point. We don't know the suspect's relation to the school. Is this a former student? Is it a current student? Is it someone who has no business being at the school? That is unconfirmed right now. We also don't have confirmation of how many victims or who those victims are. We are constantly updating our information out here. We're in contact with our producers and the reporters on scene. As soon as we get an update on that, we'll let you know immediately as we're live on air, trying to keep you posted as this is still an active situation. So we have multiple reporters on scene right now. Adam Murphy, Chelsea Beimfour. We have people in studio here, but we want to get to Yasmina Alston, who is also out there on scene. Yasmina, what can you see from where you are?
Well, Lana, I can tell you that we're about a half a mile from the high school. And if you look behind me, you can see that this is where one of those checkpoints is set up, where officials are letting people know where they need to go. We've seen a ton of parents that have been trying to drive a little bit closer to both the high school and the middle school that are over in this area to get their kids, to check on their kids. You can also see a ton of those families that are making that walk. It's about a mile walk to get from where you see a lot of those cars parked over there to get over to the high school. If you look over here, you can see that there are some people that, you know, are seeing each other as they're making that walk over and checking on one another. These two women here, they just gave each other a hug. I'm assuming they have been looking for each other. And that's sort of what we've run into as we've been standing here and talking to families. They're looking for other people that they may know. They're looking for answers. They're looking for loved ones. Another thing we've run into is a lot of parents that have students at the middle school here on Heyman Morris Road, that middle school that's right next to the high school, because that school is also on lockdown. So you've got parents outside of that school sitting and waiting for answers, waiting to see when they can get their children. A lot of unanswered questions for families who just have no idea when they're going to be able to get their kids. We did have the chance to speak with one woman earlier, and she says that she got a frantic call from her sister who says that her nephew was in the high school at the time of the shooting, and he told his mom that he heard gunshots in the classroom next to his. He, of course, was locked down in his classroom, but that's a terrifying call, a terrifying text to get as a parent. That woman told us she immediately came over here to the school to try and get her nephew. When she got that call, she says, I mean, all sorts of emotions and thoughts ran through her mind. She tells us that's the one call, the one text that no parent, no family member ever wants to get coming from a student at the school. Again, what we're seeing right now is a lot of families, a lot of parents walking to try and get answers. And you can, of course, even from where we are, you can see the large law enforcement presence that is out here as well. And again, there is a checkpoint leading up to the school to tell parents where to go, to tell loved ones where to go. But many are just choosing to make that mile walk to get as close as they can in hopes of learning more about where their child may be.
Thank you, Yasmina. We have an update right now, and it's not a good one. We can confirm the CBS News has confirmed with 2 law enforcement sources that 2 people are dead and possibly 4 injured. The suspect, again, is in custody. That part we knew. But this is new information confirmed by CBS News. 2 people are dead and possibly 4 more injured in this shooting today at Appalachia High School in Barrow County. You're taking a look at law enforcement that is now walking up to microphones to give us an update. Let's take a listen. We'll listen with you to what law enforcement has to say.
2 minutes.
All right, so that is a 2-minute warning. That is just so that the media can get itself ready for this news conference. And you can see there, I'm not sure exactly who that is. I'm going to guess it's the Barrow County Sheriff, but I don't want to
misidentify him. Yeah, but you can see GBI on scene. We know FBI Atlanta is on scene. Multiple law enforcement agencies on scene. Gosh, you can hear our voices breaking just a bit. Again, we have confirmed via CBS News 2 people have died. At least 4 people are injured. We watched live with you as one person was airlifted to Grady Memorial Hospital. We saw ambulances rushing away from the scene. We were told they were going to area hospitals. And again, we have just confirmed, CBS News has confirmed with their law enforcement sources, 2 people have died. 4 people at least are injured in this shooting at Appalachia High School. What a terrible day for our community, for that community, for the loved ones of the people who go to this school or work at this school. We are less than 2 minutes away now from a press conference. As you can see, they're getting set up here right now. Multiple law enforcement on scene right now, and they're going to weigh in on what's going on here today.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Sheriff Judge Smith. I'm the sheriff of Bear County Sheriff's Office. We're standing on the campus of Appalachia High School here at Bear County Schools. First and foremost, I want to lift up our community. I want to give our sympathies to our community, our school system, our kids, our parents that had to witness this today. Obviously, what you see behind us is an evil thing today. At about 9:30 this morning, active shooter on this campus. We're not releasing any information as far as injuries, but we have multiple injuries. This is a very, very fluid investigation. It's very early. And I have asked the assistance of the GBI and the agencies here behind me today, and there are multiple agencies that responded this morning to help us and help the sheriff's office. We do have a suspect in custody, and we are asking for your patience as the media to please let us get the facts that we need to make sure we get this right. Again, I've asked the GBI to help us, the sheriff's office, to help us along with this. I know this is not what you want to hear, but I'm not going to answer questions after this is over with. But I wanted to give you the respect and our community respect to let them know what was going on initially. We're in the process of reunifying our students with their parents. Obviously, that's chaotic, but we want to be respectful of them and their privacy as well. I want to thank the state, the federal agencies, the local agencies that showed up today. As you can see, the multiple EMS and fire from other agencies that responded today. Again, I ask that you lift up Bear County Schools, lift up Appalachia, lift up our agencies. This is going to take multiple days for us to get answers as to what happened and why this happened. But I wanted to give you a statement. It is our hope, in conjunction with these people behind us, that we can give you another statement around 4 o'clock, because I know you have to go back on the air. That is my hope. But I wanted to be fluid with you all, understanding that it's fluid as well with this investigation. I appreciate you being patient with us. Again, it's very active and is ever developing. Every minute it's developing on what we're finding. So we're going to have releases from other schools. Again, we ask that you be patient with us. Please be patient with us. And hopefully I can give you more information or more better information, if you will, this afternoon. Thank you all for coming out here. We'll be back shortly, okay?
Sheriff, it's been widely reported that people are dead. Is that true?
I'm not releasing any information. We have multiple injuries.
Can you say if the person in custody is an adult or a juvenile?
I'm not releasing any information. Guys, I'm not going to answer any more questions. It's time, okay? Thank you.
That is Sheriff Judge Smith.
Media, I just want to let everyone know that, as the sheriff indicated right now, the priority right now is trying to get the students back with their families. We will be holding a news conference at 4 o'clock. If you're not already following us on Twitter, X, make sure you're following us. We'll be providing updates then. I know there are a lot of details, investigative details. You want more information. That is what the investigators are actively working on right now. Anything to add?
Yeah, so the idea will be to be back here at 4 o'clock, but keep an eye on our social media. If that changes, you'll know it. We'll be able to address, hopefully answer more questions for you, okay? Or be in a position to give you more answers. We'll just have to see how things
We
go.
just realized this was happening. Tell us how many people, what you know about that.
We're not in any kind of position. The sheriff's made his comments. We'll leave it at that. By 4 o'clock, we hope to have a better picture, a bigger, so you can better comprehend what's going on. Okay? We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, representatives from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. We heard from Sheriff Judd Smith, the Barrow County Sheriff, who said that an evil thing happened at Appalachia High School this morning. They got their first call at 9:30 of an active shooter. He said there are multiple injuries. He wouldn't give a specific number. He wouldn't tell us exactly the severity of the injuries. And he said this is a fluid investigation, that a suspect is in custody. He said they're going to take their time. They want to make sure they get this right. That right now they're in the process of reuniting students and parents. He said that is a bit of a chaotic situation, as you can imagine. But he asked the public and, of course, the media to be patient and he promised more information. He hoped to be able to give us at 4 p.m. In a few hours from now. So a little bit frustrating in that we didn't learn anything more, but you really do have to understand that when there is an active fluid situation, the police certainly don't want to say anything that could jeopardize their investigation. And so we didn't learn a whole lot more there, but at the very least, and he didn't say this, it seems as though the active nature of this incident has passed, and that this person in custody means the end of the threat to people on that campus and in that community.
Right. So, you know, what he didn't say also does tell us a lot about what's going on right now. And he said it himself, that they are finding new information every minute. So it's not that they are just withholding information or they're waiting because they just, you know, don't want to give an update right now. They're trying to make sure they have the facts right. Whatever has gone on at this school today, this morning, has been very difficult for them to investigate, get all of the details together in a succinct and correct manner. So we are going to make sure we do not report anything that is speculative or false information right now. Our goal is to give you the truth and to give you the facts in a very chaotic situation. Now, we have a lot of reporters who are on scene and here in the building digging to get as much information as we can possibly give you, new information. And to continue that is our investigative reporter, Andy Parati.
Yeah, Andy, I'm wondering if you can give us some context. We heard from the sheriff about the active fluid investigation. What are the types of things that they would be doing right now at this early stage?
Where they're going to be talking to as many witnesses as possible, right? People who were in the room when it happened, people who were responding to the shooting, school administrators. One of the things that we started looking into, and a lot of people are probably thinking about as they're taking often this is happening. It seems like it's happening a lot. Well, here are the actual numbers that we pulled from an organization called Gun Violence Archive, which is an organization that tracks school-related gun incidents, mostly through media reports. And so far, or from 2022 to present, look at these numbers, 97 incidents, gun-related incidents, just in Georgia. 5 fatalities, 17 injuries, 72 arrests. Again, this is from 2022 to so far in 2024, specifically in Georgia. Nationwide, the numbers are even greater, 575. Those are those numbers that I was just mentioning to you. Again, these numbers 2022 to 2024 so far this year, 97 incidents. Of those 97 gun-related incidents in Georgia schools, 5 fatalities, 17 injuries, 72 arrests. Nationally, the numbers are even greater in 2024 alone. 575 gun-related incidents nationwide, 34 just in Georgia so far this year. A lot of people are asking potentially, how did the gun get in the school? We don't know the answer to that question. We also don't know whether they have metal detectors at this high school. But what we do know is, according to the Student Code of Conduct booklet, the school does have the ability to use handheld metal detectors if they suspect someone at the school, a teacher, a student, potentially has a gun. We also know that every year, according to a new law that went into effect last year, called the required to have at least one active shooter training drill a year, and that must be conducted by October 1st. Some of those schools are to report the completion of those drills to the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency. Schools to create a school safety plan to reduce the growing number of incidents at schools. Much of what you are looking at right now, that action plan in place, so the students evacuated, potentially put in a safe area, law enforcement. All of these plans are made in coordination with the school districts, the schools, the school administrators, local law enforcement. Also, that's something that's required in that new law that went into effect last year, the creation of a state-approved school safety and anti-gang program that allows teachers to train to identify potential gang activity. Guys?
Andy, thank you very much. And while we heard from the sheriff about the multiple injuries, what he did not report was what CBS News has confirmed, which is that 2 people have been killed and possibly as many as 4 people injured. So while the sheriff didn't disclose that information, that is something that we are reporting that's been confirmed by law enforcement sources for CBS News.
Now we have Adam Murphy, who is still on scene. He is right where that press conference just wrapped up. So Adam, what can you tell us? Do we still have you there, Adam?
Very little information for us at this point in time. Yeah, we just heard moments ago from Barrow County Sheriff Judd Smith. He had very little information to share above and beyond what we know at this point, but he did say, quote, what happened here at Appalachia High School in Barrow County today was, quote, an evil thing. He also reported to us there were multiple injuries. Like you said, that there is a suspect in custody. And at this point in time, they are trying to reunify students with their parents. Many of the parents we've talked about in the last hour since we've been broadcasting live out here have arrived on scene, and they have been directed over to the football stadium, which is behind the school. We are also being told that this is a very active and, quote, ever-developing scene here at Appalachia High School in Barrow County, and that they are in the very early stages of this investigation. But again, the sheriff saying what happened here this morning just after 9:30 when the first call came in was, quote, an evil thing. Now, we are hoping to get another update. We've been told in the 4 o'clock hour, perhaps at the top of that hour, and by that point in time, maybe, just maybe, we will know more about the active shooter and whether there was anyone else involved, and how many students or faculty members may have been injured. In fact, the sheriff wouldn't even confirm any fatalities, just saying multiple injuries. So we hope to gather new information about that by 4 o'clock this afternoon, and we'll keep our fingers crossed that maybe perhaps we'll get some new information even before then. But again, the Sheriff Judd Smith, saying this was an evil thing, and it is a very complex investigation, very involved and ever-changing. So we're going to stay on top of the developments out here. Parents and students currently being reunited, I should say. I'm told that is a pretty chaotic thing. That's what the sheriff said at this point in time, too. So he was asking for everyone's patience throughout this entire process, guys.
And Adam, you're within eyeshot of the football field. We saw in one of your earlier shots, it's just over your right shoulder, a little bit off in the distance there. I wonder if you've been able to see any of those reunions, if you've been able to see any parents walking away from the scene having been reunited with their kids.
Rick, that's actually a great question. No, we have not. We've been held to this point, not allowed to go any further into what was, is being considered a crime scene. So we are at quite the distance. But what I will say, I had a woman that was walking along the sidewalk that I caught up with moments ago. She said her grandson was in the school. She said, therefore, her parents were there. They were in the stadium with the child, and that they have been advised not to leave the stadium at this point in time. So that is why perhaps we haven't seen anyone leaving any of these reunions, or parents and children leaving the football stadium, at least according to one woman whose grandson was there and was in the classroom or in the school when all of this happened. She was telling me the parents have been advised to stay in the stadium. So things are on lockdown at this point in time as this investigation unfolds. But earlier, as what you see the podium right here behind me, this is where Sheriff Judd Smith held his news briefing. It's very short. I mean, we're less than 5 minutes did he address the media and the public. He was surrounded by many law enforcement agencies from the FBI, the GBI, State Patrol, and others. So it is a very coordinated effort and investigation that is ongoing at this hour. And again, we hope to get an update for you sometime later this afternoon around 4 o'clock.
Adam, thank you so much for that. It does speak volumes as to how rapidly developing this is and how this is not a cut and dry incident. He said they were finding new evidence by the minute. So that was why they couldn't come out and just drop a load of information that everybody is looking for at this point, because they don't want to speculate. They want to get things right. This has been such a terrible day for the community. Chelsea Beimfor is out there. She reported earlier that she was talking to parents as they were running down the street trying to get to the school. At that point, they had to park a mile away and were running towards the school just to get to their kids. She talked to a grandmother who said her 14-year-old grandson was very close to where the shooting happened. She said that grandmother was on her way. She said she talked to a woman who came up to her crying, asking if we knew the names of the victims because she couldn't get in touch with her son at that point. So this was just a terrifying morning. We have been on air with you all watching as this has developed throughout the day since this happened. Again, they said they got the call about an active shooter at this Appalachia High School around 9:30 in the morning. It's 1:30 right now, and there are still parents who are there trying to get together with their kids, hoping their kids are not one of these victims. Multiple victims involved. We do not know the names or the ages or the grades right now. One suspect is in custody. We don't know if that's a student, if this is one of their classmates, or if this is somebody random, or if this was a former student. There are a lot of questions that I know a lot of people were hoping were going to be answered in this press conference. But again, because this is such a rapidly developing situation, and because they are still finding so much evidence by the minute, he said, they weren't able to give us that much information.
Yeah, he asked for patience.
Yeah.
And I think it's understandable under the circumstances. You have to let law enforcement do its job and figure out exactly what went on. They certainly don't want to share any information that then turns out not to be accurate.
Right.
And so they did talk about another press conference coming up in about 3.5 hours, 4 p.m. It's coming up on 1:30 here. And if you're just joining us, it's been a terrible day in Barrow County at Appalachia High School, where there's been a shooting and there are multiple people who are injured. One suspect is in custody. We have law enforcement from all over the state and even federal law enforcement there on the scene, conducting an investigation into exactly what went down. You see the students there who were evacuated to the football field for safety. Right now, parents have been driving frantically to the school, to the campus. Some of them having to park, though, as far away as about a mile or so, as close as they could get. Those parents then getting out of their vehicles and on foot, walking all the way to the campus for a reunion that they are hoping and praying takes place soon with their children.
Now, we have team coverage today. We have reporters all around this school, so we know the moment there's a new development out there. One of them is Yasmina Alston. Yasmina, we understand you've just spoken with someone. What can you tell us?
Lana, I just had the chance to speak with a 15-year-old student at the high school. He had just gotten picked up from the football stadium. He was with his mom. He was with his sister. They were all understandably shaken up by what happened, but he did walk us through what happened inside of the school. He says they heard the gunshots in the classroom. He tells me that his teacher immediately closed the door, locked the door, had them hunker down. They had no idea what was happening, but he says they immediately jumped into action to get into that lockdown position. I asked him what went through his mind during that time, and his main concern was, are his friends okay? Are his classmates okay? Because there were so little answers coming into the classroom, of course, at that time when they were still on lockdown, he was concerned about his friends. He was concerned about his classmates. He said the gunshots sounded very close to the classroom that they were in. He tells me that, you know, the entire time that they were in the football stadium waiting to get picked up and waiting to get any answers, they were sad. I mean, they were disturbed by what happened. And he says, you know, you hear about this happening in other places. He never imagined that this would be happening at his school, that this would be happening and you know, that his classmates would have to go into a lockdown, that they would be experiencing an active shooting situation. He says it's something they've talked about in the classroom before, but never did he imagine that something like this would actually happen. He says those hours waiting in the football stadium to be picked up by his parents, he says those were some of the longest hours that he's experienced because he just didn't know. When he heard about, you know, the 2 fatalities, he has so many questions. He wants to know, you know, who are they and are his friends okay? Are his classmates okay? He told us that he's very happy to have the chance to go home now. His mom also, you know, very shaken up by what happened, but also relieved that she was able to get her son.
Yasmina, very quickly, can you just give us a quick look at the scene around you? We can see you're in front of the school. I can see the school sign there behind you. Are parents coming there? Is that road still blocked off? What's the scene there behind you?
Yeah, so the road is still blocked off. They're letting select people come through down this road. We've, of course, still seen a lot of law enforcement coming down here, getting closer to the high school. We're actually in front of the middle school here, and they're also on lockdown. We've had a lot of parents who've been coming here hoping to get their child, but one person did tell us that that would probably be another hour or so before they were able to get anyone out of the middle school. We have seen tons of families making this walk, many walking at least a mile to try to get as close as possible to the high school to get their children and to get their loved ones. So it is still very active over here as well, but there is a law enforcement presence at the end of the road, and they are directing who is able to come down here and get closer to the high school. And you can see off in the distance there all of the people that are either making the walk away from the school or trying to get closer.
My gosh, you can only imagine. You're told that there's a shooting situation at a high school and you can't get any closer but a mile away, and now you got to walk down the street like these poor parents. My gosh, Yasmina, thank you so much for that.
So you've got the high school, and then you've got the middle school right there. So you think about the number of parents who are desperately trying to get either in touch with or be reunited with their students. If your student, even if your student isn't inside Appalachia High School, they're still across the street, and in a lockdown situation. So there are a lot of parents in Barrow County today who are frantically trying to reach their loved ones, and just a very challenging, difficult day, an evil thing that took place, according to Sheriff Judd Smith, the Barrow County Sheriff. He said it was an evil thing that happened at Appalachia High School today. And we're going to learn more about it throughout the afternoon, of course. But we do know that there is a suspect in custody. And so that then begs the question, where is that suspect right now? We've seen, and multiple law enforcement vehicles speeding away from the scene. And you just wonder exactly where they were heading. But we don't know that. So we await word on the suspect and exactly what state that suspect is in, and what police have been able to learn about that suspect. You know that they are going to be going through the suspect's social media. They're going to be, if the suspect is able to speak, they'll be, of course, interviewing the suspect, trying to get information about why. What is the motive here? Why would this person, whoever he or she is, why would they have wanted to go into Appalachia High School today and do what they did, leaving multiple people injured, according to the sheriff?
And we're just told that there's going to be a White House briefing very soon. So as soon as that happens, we'll be able to take you there and let you know what's going on with that. We know that the White House was briefed about this incident a couple hours ago. We've been live on the air at this point for hours, just trying to make sure you are as updated as possible in this horrific situation that's happened in Barrow County. So again, when the White House briefing gets started, we'll take you there. When we had our own press briefing right outside the school, the sheriff's office wasn't able to say much. Again, we're told that they're going to have more information for us at 4 p.m. So hopefully they're able to fill in some key details here, namely about the suspect, who this person is, as Rick just mentioned, what relation they may have to the school, and the victims, how many victims there are, what were their injuries. We know one was airlifted to the hospital, to Grady Memorial, a level 1 trauma center. That means those injuries must have been pretty grave. We know others were taken via an ambulance to local area hospitals. Hopefully they're doing okay and their injuries are not as bad. What a horrific situation these students have been put through today. Again, they got the call, law enforcement first starting getting the call about this active shooter at 9:30 in the morning. So can you imagine, some parents would have just dropped their kids off. These kids would have just started the school day when they started hearing gunshots ringing out around them. Yasmina said that she talked to a student who said that it sounded very close to where he was, that he was thankful to be out on that field in this heat, in the safety, when some of his fellow classmates were not so lucky. She said that all he could think about, this student, was, are my classmates okay? All these students were evacuated to this stadium and they had nothing. They had no details other than they were dropped off at school, gunshots are ringing out, and now this active shooter training that we've been forced to do is coming in handy. You never think this day is going to come, certainly not in your own community, certainly not in Barrow County. Everybody we've talked is tight-knit, close community.
Well, that's what everybody says when it happens in their community, that they never thought it could happen there. And now we have seen time and time again that it can happen anywhere, at any location, any school, at any time. And we do want to report that CBS News is reporting and has reported that according to 2 law enforcement sources, 2 people were killed and potentially 4 more were injured. There are a couple of other news organizations that are reporting that as well, that there have been 2 fatalities. Again, we are expecting more information from the sheriff when he holds another press conference at 4 o'clock this afternoon. So it's going to be a while till we get some official word from law enforcement. But right now, law enforcement sources are telling CBS News that 2 people were killed and potentially 4 more injured. And I wonder if our producers can maybe replay and get the sound that we got from the mom that Chelsea was able to speak to as she was on her way to the school to collect her child. She had thankfully heard from her child, knew that her child was okay, but still that long walk for the reunion. She talked about getting ready for work when she heard about the shooting, that she dropped everything and began driving towards the school. A lot of parents in their vehicles were only able to get so close. Some of them had to park as far as a mile away. But again, those parents then getting out of their cars and walking towards the school. I could tell you, as a father of high school students, that most of those kids either had cell phones or have friends who had cell phones.
Right.
So thankfully, you'd have to think that those parents knew that their children were okay on their way. It wasn't as though they were wondering if their child was all right. They were walking towards the student knowing that there would be a reunion at that football field, thankfully. But still, what a traumatic and stressful situation for parents in Barrow County. And it's not just the high school that's impacted. There's a middle school across the street that was locked down as well. So you have all of the parents, all of the families with students at the high school where the shooting took place, and then, of course, at the neighboring middle school where that school is in a lockdown situation and will remain in a lockdown situation, according to Yasmina, for some time, maybe at least another hour or so, that situation will remain in a lockdown.
Right, so here's what that parent had to say.
Is she okay? Have you talked to her? Yeah, I've talked to her. She's a little nervous. They're on the football field waiting on the parents to come get them. She's very nervous.
Did she hear the gunshots?
I don't know. She didn't tell me. She just called us and said, could you hurry up and come get us? There's an active shooter here. And my first thing was to make sure she was okay. Nobody was hurt. So that's my biggest concern.
When you heard there was an active shooter?
Yeah, my heart started beating. I was actually on my way to go to work. And then I just dropped everything and I just got in the car and I left. The traffic was so bad at the front. I was in the middle of the red light and people were blowing, but there was nothing I could do. So the main thing is to make sure these kids are okay. So
thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You have a good luck. Be safe.
And I'll tell you, Chelsea didn't have a lot of success talking to parents out there because they were running and walking as swiftly as they could to get to that stadium. For a while there, just the roads were blocked off for about at least an hour as we were live on the air. We saw as cars were pulling up and waiting in a long line that was stopped around the school, and they couldn't get any closer. So parents just got out the car and started running to get to their kids, to find out if their kids were one of these victims. So we do not have any victim information just yet. I want to make that clear. They could be staff, personnel, they could be students. That has not been confirmed just yet, but we have an eye on that. We are waiting for that information as we speak. And to your point, Rick, a lot of parents were able to communicate with their kids, and that's what makes what one woman told Chelsea Bimeforce so heartbreaking. she'd run up to her crying, asking Chelsea, our reporter, if she had any information about the victims because she could not get in touch with her son, who she said was a senior here. So you can imagine this shooting happens. You are barricaded away from the school. You can't get in touch with your kids. You believe there are victims. We now know there are victims. And all you have are questions. So that's why we've been live on air this whole time. We want to make sure you know if you have a loved one in this area, if you have a student, a staff member who works or attends or is ever near Appalachia High School, we wanted you to know what was happening there the moment it happened.
Want to say a word about law enforcement, because as we've been looking at this video that we have collected over the last couple of hours, we've seen a number of law enforcement from multiple agencies, as we've been saying, not just local, but state and federal law enforcement as well, wearing tactical gear, many of them armed. We saw a group of law enforcement officers walking to what looked like the front entryway of the building at one point early on, getting ready to enter into a building where they might not have known exactly what kind of threat they were going to face. And so the bravery on the part of these first responders, of these members of law enforcement that put their own lives on the line in order to keep us safe and our loved ones safe, it really just must be mentioned and should not go unnoticed as we see these pictures again and the students. And you can only imagine what it was like for these kids and what it will be like for these kids who were just starting a Wednesday morning at school when all of a sudden an evil thing happened, in the words of Sheriff Judd Smith of Barrow County. An evil thing when someone came in, that person in custody, we're told, and that there are multiple injuries. CBS News reporting that 2 people have died. The sheriff telling us in the brief press conference a few moments ago that they want to make sure they get this right, and that right now the priority is reuniting students with parents, or that's, I'm sorry, one of the priorities is reuniting parents and students, and that's a bit of a chaotic situation, as you can imagine. 1,900 students enrolled in the school. That's what we've been able to find out. And so that's a lot of kids and a lot of parents and loved ones who were trying to get them back together. And the sheriff asked that the media and the public be patient as they work to get more information, to conduct this investigation, to find out the answers to these questions that we all have, which of course is, who would do this? Why would they do this? Who was injured? How serious are those injuries? And if these reports turn out to be true, that there are 2 people killed, my goodness, who are they? What were they doing at the time? You know, having covered many, many school shootings, a lot of times the people who work closest to the front entryway are among the first victims, because whoever it is that comes in through the front door usually comes in ready to do damage. And I remember covering this shooting in Parkland, covering the shooting at Sandy Hook years ago, that it was the front office staff, the principal at Sandy Hook, who was shot and killed. Now, we don't know exactly who was injured or who might have been killed. It is those who work closest to the front entrance of a school when there's a shooting like this who are among the first victims.
And what a shame that we have perspective on this from other school shootings that we've had in our country. But, you know, we all know at this point, the collective, all of us know how these things go right now. There are many different scenarios that could have played out. We do not know if the suspect who is in custody was a student, or if this was a stranger, or if this was an employee, or if this was a former student. These are the questions that we are waiting for right now. Just a couple hours left until we are expected to be briefed again by law enforcement. They gave a very brief press conference and essentially said, they know we are all waiting for information. We have been standing here live.
Did you have access to your current attorney? on December 28, 2022.
Right, yeah.
And did you have an opportunity to ask him questions before signing any documents presented to you by the state?
Yes.
Did you ask him questions before signing any documents?
Yes.
Did you request changes to documents that were presented to you by the state?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what changes you requested?
No, I don't recall exactly, but I know most of them.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to ask your attorney what words within the documents that you were looking at meant?
No,
in other words, if you didn't understand something, were you able to get clarification about it from your attorney?
She's not asking the substance, so overruled.
Did you refer the question, ask the question?
Yes. Did you ask your attorney about parts of the documents presented by the state that you didn't understand, if any such parts existed?
Yes.
Okay. Did your attorney explain those parts to you?
Yes, to his best ability, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to request changes to those documents from the state?
Well, I know he presented it to you, but I still say, from my knowledge, the ones that I wrote changed, you didn't change.
Do you recall ever receiving a document with the assertion that immediately after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., defendant and other YSL associates met at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia?
I received a document, but I wouldn't know that because I wasn't there.
You weren't where?
At the McDonald's, where you talking about. So I wouldn't know that.
Did you convey through your attorney to the state, I can't initial that because I wasn't there?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was showing you a document with those words on it and a document with them changed refresh your memory?
Even if you show me the document with my initial on it, I still wouldn't know because I wasn't there. I don't know. I wasn't there. You can't make me know.
That's not the question she's asking. Listen to the question again.
If she refresh, she can show me.
Did you? My question is not whether or not you were there. My question is, did you receive a document that initially had that language on it?
Yes.
Did you make it known to the state through your attorney that you were not at the McDonald's?
Yes.
Did you make it known through your attorney to the state that that language needs to be changed or taken off that document before I sign it?
I don't remember if I did or I didn't.
I'm going to show you states 444Y. And I'm going to ask you, it's page 4 of 7 for the court's purposes and defendants, to read to yourself number 7 on page 4 of 7. Have you had an opportunity to read number 7 on page 4 of 7?
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory about whether or not language was changed to reflect that you were not at the McDonald's?
Yes, they said I wasn't there.
Is that a change that was made at your request?
I guess.
Okay. Do you recall reading a document that had the language on January 10th, 2015, after the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., defendant and other YSL associates gathered at the home of Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, after leaving the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in Atlanta?
I don't remember signing that.
Understood. That's not the question. Do you recall seeing a document with that language in it?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to to refresh the recollection of the witness, what I will mark as State's Exhibit 444 Bravo, and I will give a copy to counsel for the defendant, either one of them.
All right.
444 Yankee Bravo.
Okay.
I'll just leave it here. Showing you States 444 Yankee Bravo, would you read number 6, not out loud, to yourself on page 3 of 6?
I see it, but
okay. And do you see, or does that refresh your memory as to whether you saw a document with that language in it?
I don't remember seeing the document with that.
Okay. Let me now show you State's Exhibit 444 Yankee. And ask you to take a look at number seven.
You just showed me 7.
Okay. Is number 7 the first version, number 7 on State's Exhibit 444 Yankee? Is that
Yeah. Hang on. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so there's a lot of chatter going on. Not sure why, but there's a lot of going up to the desk, chopping it up going on. So I can tell you this though, this testimony is not going the way the prosecution wanted it to go. I can tell you that right now. I can tell you that for a fact. It's not going the way they wanted it to go. They was expecting him to get up there and just kind of tell it all. And I'm watching social media over the last few days, and you know everybody in social media was thinking the same thing. But I made a prediction. That Sledge will get up there and won't say much or nothing. Just like Woody, and just like the ones that's gonna come after him. Like I said before, I think this trial is over with. Everybody else does. The jury can't unsee what they've already seen. They can't unfeel the way they've been treated this entire 2 years. It's kind of just going through the motions now, but I think the jury has already made their decision. So it doesn't matter what anyone says at this point. I believe. I mean, even if we look at the evidence, there's no evidence that really, ties. Make sure you like and subscribe, man. It's the Laylo Show. All right, I'm going to disappear for a second. Let y'all watch this.
Thank you, Judge.
You be wherever you want to be. Unless, can y'all hear her okay? Okay.
Mr. Sledge, having looked at State's Exhibit 444 Yankee, the document that we referred to prior to lunch, is your memory clear on whether or not it says that you were at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue in section 7 of part 4 of this document?
You said it say I was at the McDonald's.
No. My question is, showing you State's 444 Yankee,
Right.
Is that the document that you signed?
I don't
Hold on.
remember. I don't remember what I signed.
Hold on.
I see my initial, but I don't.
Do you also see your signature?
I said I see my signature.
Okay. With the date?
Yes.
All right. Of December 28th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on this document that you are looking at, can you read to yourself number 7?
Yes. I read it already.
Okay. Having read that document, are you able to tell the jury if the document that you put your signature on December 28th, 2022, said that you met at the McDonald's or something different?
It says something different.
Okay. And was that something different language that you asked the state to correct? In other words, does the document...
I don't, by me signing it say no, but I don't recall if I asked you to change it. I was asking you so much to change that never got changed, so I don't recall which ones I asked you to change.
All right. Since you said you were asking me so much to change that never got changed.
Overruled.
Are you able to tell the jury what all you asked to be changed that did not get changed?
I just told you I don't remember. The Lord, that been almost 2 years ago. I don't remember. Okay. Not that part. Not by signing.
Would looking at 444Y refresh your memory at all?
Yeah, you showing it to me, and I told you my signature on it. You showing me that, and I'm telling you that it's saying my signature on it, but I signed. I ain't saying I didn't sign. I'm not arguing with you or debating with you about that. I'm not saying I didn't sign. I just didn't remember what I was signing. I just was signing.
Thank you for that. My question is, are you able at all to remember what things you recall asking the state to change that it did not change?
No.
Objection asked and answered.
Well, can you rephrase that question? Because you've asked him the totality of it. Are you trying to ask him, is there anything that he remembers?
Yes.
Okay, try that.
Yes. All right, thank you. Asking it in a better way. Is there anything you remember asking us to change that we just refused to change?
I can't remember exactly, but if you show me the paper, I probably can point out the ones that I wanted you to change that didn't get changed.
I'm going to show you states 444, and if you would not read anything, just tell me numbers.
I'm just pointing to you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Is this 444Y?
Yes, it is, Judge.
One second. I know this one.
Your Honor,
Yes.
for the purposes of the record, I would just, I believe Mr. Sledge just identified one. If he could just say the numbers so we can follow, because we're not looking at the sheet along with him when he points.
Sure.
Number 8, number 8, number 9. I don't know if number 7 or not, because I don't remember.
I'm sorry, what did you say about number 9?
I meant number 7. I don't know. I know number 9 is one I asked you to change.
Did you say I don't know about number 7?
Yeah, I don't really remember about number 7, but I know what it's saying isn't true.
Number 7, you're saying is not true.
Yeah, I didn't hear that from that part. I heard it in the streets, not from. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
I hear your testimony, yes. Are those the only 2?
Well, I said 7, I didn't really know, but 8 and 9, I most definitely remember asking you to change, and they never got changed.
Anything else?
No, not that I know of.
When you say that you asked me to change 8 and 9, how did you make that request? Did you personally talk to me, or did you ask someone to tell me?
I was telling my lawyer those were not correct.
And he came back and, at your request, he asked the state, that's your understanding, to change those?
I don't know personally what went on between y'all. Wasn't there. I was in the back. Y'all was in the courtroom.
Now, at any time were you forced to put your initials on anything on this document that's labeled 444Y?
I was actually told you can initial, but you can get, if you be called in, you can explain the truth of what you know and what you don't know.
Is it your test? So are you now testifying that your initials are placed beside numbers relating to statements that are false? Is that what your testimony is?
Yeah, because I don't know that. That's why I'm saying it's false. There's no way that I can know that if I wasn't there or no one who you have charged told me. I was personally charged with that same thing you're talking about. From the beginning, before any of these guys, except Shannon Stillwell, any one of the other guys, before they were charged with it, I never heard of that until May 9th when you put it on your indictment.
Okay. I'm going to show you that same document, 444Y, and ask you to look at section 5 of the document. And looking at it, is there a marking on the document? Does it refresh your memory as to whether you personally marked anything out on the document?
I see my initial by whatever it is.
Does it refresh your memory as to whether you scratched anything out and changed it?
I think y'all told me to scratch that. I didn't change it. You wrote that. I didn't write that. That's not my writing. That's my initial.
Is that your initial? Okay.
Yes.
Is the change that you referred to on section 5 of page 6, is that the only thing that you recall being changed at your request?
No.
What else do you recall being changed at your request?
Well, now, yes. I'm sorry. Y'all can stretch. No. Yes. I don't remember nothing else you changed at my request.
Would showing you any other documents refresh your memory?
No.
Okay. So, number 3 on 444Y, which we were discussing before lunch. Can you explain to the jury how your participation in a drive-by shooting was intended to express support and loyalty for YSL?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
I mean, it has sort of been asked and answered in that he, yeah, sustained.
Tell us what happened in the drive-by shooting.
What you mean? Go into details of what happened?
Yes, sir.
Well, I never, like, at the club, Garlington got jumped on, which, Demetrius Garlington, which didn't have anything to do with anyone else besides me and Garlington.
How do you know?
Huh? How did I know they had nothing to do with no one else?
Yes, and yes.
Because no one else was in the club with us got their hands put on me.
So, who was it that put hands on Garlington?
I don't know. It was a group of guys. I didn't see no faces, none of that.
So, how are you able to tell the jury that it had nothing to do with anyone except you and Garlington when you can't say who put their hands on you?
Well, I can say what Garlington told me, but I can't tell you, do I know it personally was those guys? Because there was a lot of them, but I can tell you what Garlington told me.
Were those guys part of a gang?
Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Well, I mean, it may or may not, to your personal knowledge.
Did you believe that those guys who put their hands on Garlington were a part of a gang? I asked him.
Rephrase your question.
To your knowledge, were the persons who put their hands on you, or on Garlington rather, excuse me, a part of a gang?
I don't know, because if they joined the game, I wasn't there to join the game.
If they joined a what now?
If they was part of a gang.
When you're saying gang, are you saying, spell what you're saying?
G-A-N-G. You said gang.
I did, thank you.
So if they was part of a gang, whenever they joined, I didn't eyewitness. So I don't know if they was or was they false claiming or what. I don't know.
Okay. So forgive me for interrupting. Please tell the jury what led up to the drive-by shooting. What happened?
Well, they jumped on Garlington in the club. I assisted Garlington, and then it went, and then I don't know what happened on the outside. I don't know what happened on the outside, but then me, Garlington, and Zachary, we went and we did what we did.
Okay. Were you standing next to Garlington when he first got jumped?
No, he was coming back towards me.
And you said you didn't see the face of who jumped him.
I never really seen it. Somebody told me that they was jumping on Garlington.
Who told you?
People in the club. I can't give you a name because I don't know their name.
So what did you do?
I assist Garlington.
How did you assist Garlington?
I helped get them off Garlington.
As you were helping getting them off of him, did you recognize anybody that you were helping to get off of him?
It was abroad. No, there was so many people.
Okay. You said earlier that you didn't know whether these people were actually a part of a gang or if they were false claiming.
Right.
Do you know what gang they claimed to be a part of, if any?
maybe ask another foundational question first.
Are you aware of whether these people that you pulled off of Garlington claimed to be a member of any particular gang?
You said, did they claim to be part of a gang?
Correct.
Overruled.
Actually, I can't really say what gang they claim.
Without saying what gang, at the time that you pulled these guys off of Garlington, did you believe that they belonged to any particular gang?
Overruled.
No.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Kelvin Watts, who answers to the names Kel and Shell Kel?
I know of him, but I don't know him. He wasn't there though that night. I know that much.
Does Shell Kel, to your knowledge, belong to a particular gang?
Well, I heard that he was part of a gang.
Are you aware of whether he claims to be a part of that gang via his postings or anything else?
Yeah, a lot of people claim to be something they ain't.
Fair enough. What gang do you understand Shell Kel to be a part of?
What he claimed, 9 Deuce or something like that?
9 Deuce?
Yes.
Is that also If Gang or Inglewood Family?
From my understanding.
That's a yes?
Yes, from my understanding.
Okay.
I don't.
And is that gang, to your understanding, a blood gang? No, Your Honor, I'm asking to his understanding. Does he understand that gang to be a blood set?
Overruled.
Yes, I heard, but I don't know for sure. I heard.
Did you consider that gang a rival gang?
Please use your mic. Sorry.
A rival gang? No.
Did you state on December 28th, 2022, that you threatened to harm a person named Kel because of that person's association with a rival gang?
Yeah, but at the time I didn't know. At the time that the threat was made, I didn't know he was If Gang.
When did you learn he was If Gang?
I know it was after that video.
Okay. Now we're talking about a video. What video are you referring to?
The video of me and Quindarius. But it wasn't about no gang situation.
Okay. What did you do in the video?
I told him if he was looking for me, I had something for someone who was looking for me, who was not my friend.
And forgive me, you told him that if he was looking for you, what was that last part?
I had anything for anybody who's looking for me that's not my friend. He has no reason looking for me if he's not my friend.
Okay. And what did you have for him?
Whatever to do to protect myself.
Who else was in the video with you?
Quindarius Zachary.
Is he the only person?
That's the only person I remember.
I'm going to show you what we have marked as State's Exhibit 441Y, which has also been provided to counsel for the defendants with the court's permission. Madam Clerk.
You may.
Are you able to see the video on the screen? Okay. And when do you recall
that video being made?
I can't recall. I just know it was in. I can't recall. I know it was in. I think it was in 2015 or 2014. I don't recall.
What did you do with that video once it was made?
They posted on social media.
Who is they?
I want to say Zachary posted. Or did I post it? I don't recall who posted, but
It was either you or Zachary?
yeah.
What are you saying in the video?
I just told you what I said.
Is State's Exhibit 441 Yankee, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the video that you...
The video you just showed me?
Yes.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders 441 Yankee as evidence.
Admitted.
And with the court's permission, while we are pulling that up, I'll go ahead and ask you additional questions.
That's fine.
Thanks. Do you have anything in your hands in the video?
Yes.
What?
A gun.
And does Zachary have anything in his hands in the video?
Got 2 guns in his hand.
What was the purpose of posting that video on social media?
We were really being silly, man.
Okay. And when you say you're being silly, what do you mean?
It was childish.
Okay. Did you intend for people to see it?
They posted it on Instagram, so of course people were gonna see it.
Understood.
We posted it for him to see it.
Would you please continue? Hang on one second. If it's ready to play, we can play it. And we are now publishing State's Exhibit 441 Yankee after we hide the floating toolbar.
Little strip ass nigga. We ain't really going back and forth no nigga. You little bitch ass nigga. I know we hit. I'm never well. Yeah, fuck you nigga, Kel. Whoever else, nigga. What, nigga? Nigga. Whoa. They said I ain't really going back.
Is that the video you're referring to?
Yes.
All right. Now, would you continue telling the jury what led to the drive-by shooting following Demekion Garlington getting jumped on at the club?
What led to it?
Yes, continue telling us what happened.
We left the club and we went over. Well, no, we didn't leave the club. I left the club and then Garlington called me to come back to get him because I left him at the club.
Did Garlington ride with you to the club?
No.
Do you know who Garlington went to the club with?
No, he was calling me all that day to ride me to the club, and I don't like people to ride to the club. I mean, I go to the club by myself. I might meet them there, but I always ride by myself.
Who all participated in the fight when Garlington got jumped?
Just me and Garlington. No one else was in the club with us.
All right. And so after, how did the fight end?
Security guard broke it up.
Okay. After the security guard broke it up, what did you do?
I stayed in the club. They put Garlington out the club.
And then what happened?
I was in the inside looking for Garlington's phone with security guard, and I guess security guard found the phone, and he took it outside. And then eventually, I got the females that I was with, and we went outside.
And then what happened?
I pulled off. Garlington was talking, saying something, and I got in my car and pulled off. And by the time I got to the expressway, Garlington called me back to come pick him up because he didn't have a ride.
What club were you all at?
Club Crucial.
And what day of the week was that?
It wasn't a Monday, so it had to be like a Saturday or something like that, if I am mistaken.
What did Garlington call you back for? Just to get a ride?
Yeah, at first just to get a ride, yes.
What then did it later turn into?
It later turned into a shoot.
Tell the jury how that happened.
I guess Garlington didn't want to let it go, and I was riding with Garlington. Which I probably wouldn't let it go neither, because Another grown man ain't got no business putting his hand on no grown man.
So fill in the blanks and tell us from the time that you went to pick up Garlington, what happened that led you to participate in a drive-by shooting?
I don't remember. I can't remember all the details that happened that night, but I just know it was a drive-by shooting. Well, it wasn't a drive-by shooting. It was a shooting. Cause I didn't see nobody shoot. If that makes sense.
Please explain.
I never seen them shoot. Cause I dropped them off and I kept going.
And then what happened?
I guess they did the shooting.
Did you drop them off at any one particular spot?
I don't know the name of the street.
Understood, but did you drop them off at any one particular spot? Did you?
Could you refresh my memory if you can?
Let me try this another way. Were you asked to take Demekion Garlington or anyone else in the car with you to more than one spot?
No, I remember taking Zachary, to his cousin's house somewhere.
So what happened at the spot that you said you dropped them off at?
I don't really remember all this love, but I know I pleaded guilty to it. I don't remember, but I know I pleaded guilty to it. I don't remember all the details, but I pleaded guilty to it.
Mr. Sledge, is a drive-by shooting or shooting that stands out in your mind, or is it something that's just commonplace for you?
Could you repeat it?
Is a drive-by shooting something that stands out in your mind, or is it something that is just commonplace for you?
You saying is it in my mind or is it just something I do?
Is it something that is worthy of remembering for you? A drive-by shooting?
No.
It's not something that's worthy of remembering?
No.
Okay. So it's not a big deal for you?
Not for me.
Was more than one house shot up after Demekion was jumped at the club?
Probably. I wasn't there. I probably was, I'm saying, but I didn't take him to more than one place.
Do you recall going to Adele Drive?
Where is that located?
Off of Martin Luther King I'll rephrase. Do you recall going to called Adele Drive? Going to a location on Drew Drive?
No, no, I don't recall going to Drive, but I know it was all in my plea agreement. I just thought it was best in my interest, so I pleaded guilty to it.
Did you ever talk to Bree or Demekion Garlington?
What you mean, at night?
At any time?
No, we didn't really talk about it.
Okay. When I asked you whether you threatened to harm Kelvin Watts because he was affiliated with a rival gang, did you say at the time you made the threat, you did not know he was If Gang. Did you say that?
Yes.
Why did you make an assertion about If Gang when I asked you about a rival gang?
Because it ain't, Ms. Love, it ain't like I don't know what y'all trying to put together. I know what you're saying and I know what the state's saying, but that don't mean it got to be true.
Mr. Sledge, do you understand that I'm just asking you questions so that you can speak to the jury?
And I answered to the jury like.
You didn't answer the question. My only question to you was, why is it that when I asked you whether you threatened to harm Shell Kell because he was affiliated with a rival gang, you responded, at the time I made the threat, I didn't know he was If Gang.
I said I didn't know he was 9 Deuce.
Object. That's a misstatement of the evidence.
Sustained. The witness corrected it.
Thank you. Why did you say that at the time you made the threat, you didn't know he was a member of that gang?
Because the state, this is what the state painted a picture that why I say I'm answering the question if you're going to let me answer. The way I know the answer. If you're not going to let me answer, then.
Sledge, go ahead.
Because the state is painting a picture that why I say and 9 Deuce is the rival gang. So I know you saying they don't take a rocket science to figure that out.
Has anyone instructed you to come in here and talk about what picture the state is trying to paint?
No,
Has anyone instructed you just to be honest?
I'm being honest. You might think I'm not, but I'm telling you I'm being honest.
Okay.
I'm being honest as I can.
So irrespective of the picture that the state, in your opinion, is trying to paint, why did you bring up the name of that particular gang when I asked you about a rival gang?
It's also
No, it hasn't overruled.
It's also a misstatement, Your Honor. Ms. Love brought up if gang.
Right.
Correct. Go ahead, Ms. Lowe.
How did Quindaria Zachary get in the picture?
What you mean?
As it relates to this drive-by shooting on April the 28th, how did Quindaria Zachary get in the picture?
I don't know if Gunnington called him. I think Gunnington called him and told him he ain't got jumped on before I even made it back to Gunnington.
And so how did Quindaria Zachary get with you all?
What you mean? We went together.
Okay. So after you picked up Garlington from Crucial, you all then drove somewhere else and picked up Zachary?
Right.
Where did you all pick him up from?
I don't remember.
Who was it that told you which house or houses to go to?
I don't know who told Gunnington.
No, who told you you were driving, right?
Yeah, Gunnington told me how to get there.
Okay.
Miller, they already have told you all this stuff. Well, you're right. You got to tell it to the jury. I'm sorry.
And you understand, I can't tell the jury.
Right. You're right.
Would you please tell the jury whether at the time you took Garlington to that house, you knew or believed that it was the home of a rival gang member?
Yeah, that's what I believe.
Did you see the guns did anyone have guns in the car at the time that you took Garlington to the house of the rival gang member?
We had guns. We rode with guns every day. Not one day, every day.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
Me, Gunnington, and Zachary then.
Okay.
Whenever we was together.
At the time that you were together, were Garlington and Zachary also members of YSL? Apologies.
Well, everybody probably assumed they was YSL, but I can't. Well, I heard them say YSL, put it like that. So I can't really actually say.
Was it your understanding at the time that you took them to that home of the rival gang member that both Garlington and Zachary were YSL?
I believe so, yeah.
How did Nine Deuce become a rival gang?
I have no idea.
Who is it a rival to?
You said, the state say YSL.
You're the only one that can give
Well,
testimony. So who was it a rival to with your understanding?
well, from my understanding, it wasn't a rival with everyone who claimed YSL. There probably certain people, not everyone.
So who was it a rival to? Who was this gang a rival to?
Me going to Zachary at the time.
Okay. No one else?
Not that I know of.
Did you say on December 28th, 2022, that you and your fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL?
Again, that was some you stated and some I initiated. I'm most definitely initiated that.
Earlier, did I give? Go ahead.
Because none of the stuff on the paper, I never approved none of it. I signed, but if you would have came to me and asked me that before, I would have told you it wasn't true.
Earlier, when we were talking about changes that you asked to be made, do you remember having an opportunity to look at the document that is labeled 444 Yankee?
To be honest with you, I didn't look at the whole document.
Okay. So if I give it back to you, will you look at each of the factual acknowledgments contained on the document?
I already told you, Ms. Love, I initiated on it.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Do you need an opportunity to look back?
I can look back on it.
When you've had a chance to read each of them, would you just look up? Could you read each of the items under that section, please?
You just read them, Ms. Love.
Do you not want to read them?
No, I don't want to read.
Why don't you want to read them?
Because I don't want to read. I just answer to you.
Okay.
I don't want to read.
Having had the opportunity to look at the factual acknowledgments, what other factual acknowledgments besides the one you listed as 8 and 9 are you now saying aren't true?
Yes.
That is a misstatement of the evidence. He said that 7 is not true as well.
Yep. Sustained.
I'll rephrase. Earlier, did I ask you to identify which portions of the factual acknowledgement that you asked the state to change?
And I told you 8, 9, and I couldn't remember if I asked you to change 7, but I know 7 is false. Okay. That's what I told you.
If you understood that you could ask me to change 8 and 9, would you explain why you did not ask me to change any other ones?
I can't say below.
Did the state force you to sign this document?
I was forced. I feel like I was forcing myself.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I feel like I was forcing myself because I was going through something.
Explain what you're saying.
I was going through something with my mother being sick. I needed to get home to my mother. And if I went to trial, I couldn't afford Mr. Wright to go to trial.
Actions to the document?
That specific day, Ms. Love, I was just trying to get home to my sick mother.
Did you swear under oath that each of these statements that you initialed were true?
Maybe, I don't even remember. I can't say. If that would say, yeah.
Did you lie under oath?
No, I didn't lie.
Well, explain to the jury how they should reconcile those two statements.
I really can't explain it to you, Ms. Love.
Did you sign a statement? Did you make a statement
I didn't.
that you
go ahead.
That you have read and carefully reviewed the agreement that you were entering with the state, that you have reviewed and corrected where necessary for accuracy each statement contained in defendant's factual acknowledgments, and that you acknowledge the truth and accuracy of each and every statement listed therein, that you fully understand the agreement and have had an opportunity to discuss this agreement and each of its provisions with your attorney, Mr. Derek Wright. No promises other than those contained in the agreement have been made to you in furtherance of the agreement, and you freely, knowingly, and voluntarily enter into the agreement without force, threat, or coercion. Did you make that statement on December 28, 2022?
I think so.
Okay. Was that statement true or false at the time that you made it?
I don't know, Ms. Love.
Why do you say you don't know?
I really don't. I just told you my intention was.
I understand. And my condolences for what you had to go through. But the jury needs to know whether that statement that you made was true or false. Would you please tell them?
I guess it was true if I made it, Ms. Love.
Why did you pause so long before answering?
I don't know.
Now, you were talking about having pled guilty to charges related to the drive-by shooting or to the shooting on April 28, 2015.
I plead guilty.
Excuse me, Judge. At this time, can we get the instruction, please? That's the first question directly from the state.
Yes. Ms. Lapis?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to hear evidence that a co-defendant in this case has pled guilty to some of the charges in this indictment. I caution you that this co-defendant's guilty plea conviction itself is only admitted for a limited purpose. That guilty plea is an admission by this witness only that he committed the criminal acts to which he pled. You are not to consider the co-defendant witness's guilty plea as evidence that any other defendant is guilty of committing any of the criminal acts alleged against them in this indictment. Each defendant is entitled to have the issue of his guilt determined solely on the basis of the evidence against him and not on whether another person has been convicted of the same charges with which the defendant is accused. If you find that the co-defendant witness provided testimony on the stand that is inconsistent with his guilty plea admissions, you may consider the witness's prior inconsistent statement, that is, his guilty plea admissions, including to the allegations in the charges to which he pled guilty, as substantive evidence, which you may consider against any defendant currently on trial for whatever.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Sledge, you mentioned pleading guilty to charges related to the April the 28th, 2015 shootings that you were just talking to the jury about. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Right. And when you pled guilty, did you do so in 2022 or did you do so in 2015 or 2017?
Obviously, I pleaded guilty 2017.
Thank you for that. So, at the time that you pled guilty in 2017 to the charges related to the April 28, 2015 shooting after Demekion Garlington was jumped, was there a factual basis given for that plea? Do you understand the question?
No, what do you mean?
Okay. First, let me ask you, when you pled guilty in 2017, did you have an attorney?
Yes.
And is the attorney that you had then the same one that you have now?
Right.
And did you trust him then the way that you trust him now?
Right.
And at the time you pled guilty, did the prosecutor tell the court that the evidence would show that on April 28, 2015, Mr. Garlington and Mr. Sledge were at a club called Club Crucial on Donnelly Hollowell Parkway earlier in the evening when members of, and preface this by saying Mr. Garlington, Mr. Sledge, and Mr. Zachary at this time were members of a gang called YSL, or Young Slime Life, that at some point had been affiliated with the Blood Criminal Street Gang. There had been a falling out carrying from the fall of 2014 into 2015. This, for lack of a better term, gang war was going on at this time. Mr. Garlington was jumped at the club by members of a rival gang, Aaron Mills, Dominic Carter, and others that are members of a gang which is a subset of If Gang, or Inglewood Family Bloods, which is a gang that the dispute was going on with at that time. When Mr. Garlington was jumped and assaulted at the club, a decision was made by Mr. Sledge. They called Mr. Zachary, the co-defendant, to retaliate in some way. The evidence will show that Mr. Sledge drove the vehicle. Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary were inside with weapons, and they first drove by Adele Avenue, 1428 Adele Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia. And that location at the time is the home of Darren Mills and his mother, and at least one of his sisters and one of his cousins, and is an address that Darren Mills actually used and stayed at. He was one of the individuals that had assaulted Mr. Garlington earlier at the club. They drove by the house. There were not individuals outside of the house, but the house was shot. During the shooting of that house, Ms. Denise Bell, who is the aunt of Darren Mills, while she was in her bed, sustained a gunshot to her buttocks and had to go to the hospital and had to have surgery. She was shot. The house was shot up, and there were other individuals there at the time, including Cecilia Davis and Diamond Mills. Diamond Mills being Darren Mills' sister. Also, the car belonged to Cecilia Davis, which was in front of the house and received damage. The evidence is that Mr. Sledge was the driver of the car. After that, Mr. Sledge drove over to 1903 Drew Drive, Northwest, an apartment there was at the time being used by Philip Collins, who is Darren Mills' brother, and also present at the club and participated in the assault. In shooting at what they believed to be Philip Collins' apartment, they damaged apartments 1122 and 1120. Natasha Battle's apartment, which was 1120, her patio doors, windows, and couch were damaged from the gunfire. Mrs. Troutman's apartment was 1122, and that was the other apartment that was damaged. Through investigations, detectives got a lead that Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary were involved, and they conducted interviews.
Yes, sir.
I can pause there.
Okay.
Was that factual basis? Were those words read to the court by the prosecutor at the time you entered a guilty plea in 2017?
I don't remember, was it read by the prosecutor because I took a blind plea. And I think the judge read off the evidence. I don't recall what it was though.
Okay. Do you recall hearing those words read by somebody in court as the reason or the factual basis for the charges that were being brought?
If I can explain, I pleaded guilty because I felt like it was in my best interest. You had two co-defendants. Some of what they said was true, and some they said wasn't true. But I did plead guilty because I felt like it was in my best interest.
Were you given an opportunity to say anything at the time that you entered that plea? Were you given an opportunity to make any statements?
No, not that I remember.
Do you recall the judge, after those statements were read, asking you, is there anything you'd like to say before sentencing? Do you recall that happening?
Yes, I recall him asking me that.
Do you recall telling the judge, no, sir?
I remember telling him thank him for the plea that he allowed. I remember that. I remember me telling him thank him for the plea that he accepted on the non-negotiable plea, the blind plea or whatever.
Would you explain to the jury what your understanding of a blind plea is?
A blind plea that I understood that you leave the evidence up to the judge and the judge determine on the sentence.
At any time did you tell the judge, I'm not admitting this, I'm just doing this because it's in my best interest?
Well, I didn't tell the judge that. I told my attorney that. When my attorney asked me, like, when he came to me with the plea deal, and I told him, I said, well, I take the plea because it's best in my interest. You got two guys against one.
Hold on. At the time that you...
No, I did tell it to the judge.
That wasn't the question. At the time that you pled guilty, did you know what sentence the judge was going to give to you?
No. No, I just knew it was
Did the judge, was it explained to you that you could receive up to the maximum sentence on each charge?
Not if I understand. I think a deal was already worked out, if I ain't mistaken. That would make me take it. I think it was already worked out between my attorney and the state.
Do you understand the difference between a negotiated plea and a blind plea?
No.
Okay. Have you done anything besides a blind plea in front of a judge before?
Yes, I think I have, yes.
And when you pled guilty on December 28, 2022, was that a blind plea or something else?
I think it was just a plea. It wasn't a blind plea, though, if I'm not mistaken.
For a regular plea, what do you understand to be the terms? In other words, do you know your sentence before you plead guilty with a regular plea?
I don't know, because before the blind plea, I knew my plea.
Why did you then distinguish for the jury that it was a blind plea?
It was, but I already knew the sentence. My lawyer had already aware to me that they was offering the same thing. They was offering the co-defendants what they had pleaded guilty before me.
Okay.
So when I pleaded guilty, my lawyer aware me that they was offering the same plea deal that they gave them. But in my plea deal, I told my attorney to like this.
Okay. Yes, sir. All right, outside the presence of the jury? Okay. Yes? Yes. Okay. Excuse y'all to the jury room. Yes. To do what? Sure. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have a motion for a mistrial. The evidence has just come out that two co-defendants who, to my knowledge, at least one of them is not testifying and has entered a guilty plea. That is a confrontation clause violation to Mr. Williams and the other people on trial. In addition, Your Honor gave an instruction with the last line, and I know it was objected to previously, but I want to stress this, that if it's a prior inconsistent statement, it could be used against Mr. Williams and the other people. That was premature, because I don't believe there's anything inconsistent as of now. And then the third reason I'm moving for a mistrial in the aggregate, Your Honor, is that the prosecutor uses and reads the statement of the then prosecutor, I believe it was the Honorable Mr. Bailey, who entered this plea and gave a factual basis. But she did not make it clear that the Honorable Derek Wright said on page 12 of this transcript to the same court that Mr. Sledge is tendering the plea under Alford, which is ALFORD.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing. And honestly, I thought that we were going to be dealing with the guilty plea that he took in this case. And yeah, that's problematic that this 2015 case is an Alford plea. And so I don't think that any of what I said with regard to admissions is actually true, even against this. I mean, he's saying he pled under Alford. And I don't know why the disposition sheet doesn't say that, but it is very clear that this is an Alford plea in this 2015 case. So Mr. Wright wants to share something. Yes, sir.
Waiting for the appropriate time that I was going to point out that it was in fact an Alford plea. So I thought our cross-examination was not appropriate.
Well, y'all, I mean, maybe that, yeah.
It was something other than Alford. So
Maybe not. But I mean, I'm definitely going to, Ms. Love, do you want to be heard?
Yes, please.
All right, go ahead.
One, we asked that the court do the assertion that no inconsistent statement was made in the factual acknowledgments.
Okay, no, see, that's the deal with an Alford plea, is you are not acknowledging that the facts are true like you would in a regular guilty plea. You're saying, I think that the state has enough evidence that a jury could be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that these facts are true. But you're not acknowledging on your own, yes, these are true.
Your Honor, when I spoke of the factual acknowledgments, I meant 444Y.
Well, that's what I thought you meant.
Within 444Y, we referenced this particular
All right, let's section. Maybe if you can point me specifically, let me pull that one up.
Page.
Which number? Go ahead.
Number 3 on page 3 of 7, under defendant's factual, I'm sorry, not number 3, number 4, on defendant's factual acknowledgments, on or about April 28, 2015, as reflected in Fulton County Indictment 15-SC-138994, defendant and fellow YSL associates Demekion Garlington and Quindarius Zachary committed a drive-by shooting using the firearm defendant wielded in the video referenced in Part 3 of this section, targeting family members of a rival gang. Number 5, defendant and his fellow YSL associates committed the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3 and 4 above on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL.
Okay, and so those factual assertions, what I read as the limiting instruction, would be true for. But the factual basis that you just read out from the 2015 one, that's a whole lot more than what's in numbers 4 and 5.
Your Honor, in number 6, defendant admitted committing and was convicted of aggravated assault and participation in criminal street gang activity, among other charges, for his participation in the drive-by shooting referenced in section 3, 4, and 5 above.
Okay.
And so if I'll, of course, comply with whatever appropriate instruction that the court deems necessary to give as it relates to the conviction of this witness for 15 SC 138994, but given the factual acknowledgments that were made as it relates to 22 SC 183572, and the fact that this witness did not assert, even though the plea was given in his best interest, he was allowed an opportunity to say what he said here, and he did not say it.
No. When a defendant has an attorney who is saying, we are pleading this because we believe it to be in his best interest, the defendant does not then independently need to say, yeah, by the way, judge, here's what Alford means.
Understood.
So no. Are you going to tender for admission any part of 444Y?
Yes, the state intended to tender 444Y.
In its entirety?
Yes,
Okay.
I did.
Any objection to that being tendered or admitted in its entirety?
And if there is an objection to it, then
All right,
we would
let's find that out.
Okay.
I objected at this point to the entirety of the document unless the state can give reasons for which parts of the document are admissible at this time. And if they're not tendering yet, I understand that. But I can't get around how we got here. I'm trying to follow this factual basis, and I realized I asked Ms. Renard, Renard, for this, and we're in a different case.
Yeah, we are. So, I mean, we've been talking about these 2015 crimes, and we've been talking about, you know, what's been going on in this 22 indictment. So, I mean, I guess that's how it came about. But I wish we'd been a little more specific about it all beforehand, because, I mean, I noticed this morning that this was an Alford plea. And I would have had issues with, when you started reading out the factual basis, I'm thinking, well, is this some other case that I don't know about that's not the 2015 case and not the 22 case? Because we should have been reading the factual basis from the 2015 case.
Your Honor, the 2015 case, I understand what the court is saying. The 2015 case is one of the overt acts that we allege in the indictment. And as it relates to the defendant's conviction for the 2015 case, we believe that it would be appropriate is an appropriate matter for cross-examination, and it appropriately falls under the portion of the court's instruction where it tells the jury that the conviction itself is not to be considered as evidence. And to the extent that Mr. Sledge is asserting that he didn't do it, that he dropped someone off, that is what he asserted, by the way. He said that he was not present, he dropped them off, and it was only one house.
Well, we all know how party to a crime works. So, I mean, yeah, he said I didn't shoot, but he did admit to being the driver.
And so, to the extent that he said that the statement contained in his factual acknowledgement that he and fellow YSL associates, and I'd also point out that early on he made a very blatant, inconsistent statement that YSL is not a gang. And in this factual acknowledgement section,
All right, we're not going to use anything in the factual acknowledgement section of the 2015 plea.
No, in the 22 SC 183.
Okay, yeah, no. I mean, all of that is inconsistent with any of his trial testimony is fair game for you to tender for admission and for them to consider as substantive evidence against everybody. The issue we have that needs to get cleared up is that before I read this limiting instruction, I thought you were going to tender the guilty plea to this 22 SC case. And it turns out that you were talking about the 2015 case. I understand you're saying we did part of that as, part of the 22 factual acknowledgements. So those factual acknowledgements in there are fine as well. When I say in there, I mean in this 22 case. But I'm going to have to clarify for the jury that what you just read from that guilty plea also needs to be disregarded.
So, Your Honor, as it relates to the court's instruction to the jury regarding the inconsistent statement not applying, we would only ask that the court specify that the court is speaking as to the factual basis that I asked the witness about in 15 SC 138994, particularly where he has testified and he pled in his best interest.
Okay. And you haven't tendered yet the 444Y. And so at the point in time when you tender that, then I'll say, okay, for this one, this is true.
I see what, yes,
okay.
Yes.
All right. If anybody wants to suggest specific language, I'm willing to listen. Otherwise, I'm just going to kind of give it my best shot.
I would like,
Your Honor, may I say one more thing?
Yeah.
Because number one, the court has previously instructed the jury that questions, and I understand the content of the question needs to be addressed. But given that the witness has testified that he pled guilty in his best interest, and given that he can also be cross-examined as to whether or not he can, he was asserting these things, we don't believe that anything beyond a instruction regarding the factual basis for 15 SC 138994 not being considered a statement of the witness is required.
Okay.
I just respectfully don't think that goes far enough. You have a prosecutor who's saying it's just a blind plea. She leaves out everything about Alford. She elicits, and I'm not saying that she could have anticipated this, but her questioning elicits that a non-testifying severed co-indictee pled guilty also. That is a total Confrontation Clause violation. It's the second time.
All right, and that's Zachary and
Well, Mr. Zachary, I anticipate may testify.
Right.
I don't know. He hasn't yet, but it definitely includes Mr. Garlington, who the state has said will not be testifying. And then, just for you to know, you were not here, but the predecessor judge permitted, over objection, the state to do the same thing. They did it with a Mr. Winfrey, just like the court reporter's last name. He's not going to testify. No one believes he's going to testify. The state doesn't say he's going to testify. And they got out that he pled guilty. So they're aware of all this. And in fact, the state elicited in that case that the gentleman, Mr. Winfrey, pled guilty to avoid plea. It was vacated by the Supreme Court
right.
of Georgia.
Yeah, I remember you.
So, and
Didn't
then
he enter another one after the fact, though, anyway?
5 years later, Alfred plea and said specifically innocent.
Yep.
I mean, it was a farce.
Right.
And then the predecessor judge wouldn't even let me examine the witness. And Ms. Love said that the witness, I could call it my case in chief on direct. So the reason I'm bringing that up is this is not new.
Okay. What's your intention with regard to Mr. Garlington? Do you have any intention of calling him?
Your Honor, no. And Mr. Steele is absolutely correct in terms of the witness testifying about Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary and his doing that. There's nothing that indicates that the only reason he did that was because they pled guilty. So that is not, in other words, his statements that he gave to the jury about Mr. Garlington pleading guilty and all of that are not something that I asked him about or expected him to be talking about.
Right. Okay. But nonetheless, we have that now before the jury.
We would ask that the court tell the jury to strike, disregard, put out of their mind anything about the Mr. Garlington pleading guilty.
I'm just to say anyone other than the witness on the stand.
Okay. But Mr. Zachary is a witness.
I know that, but he hadn't been called yet, has he?
No.
So deal with it when he gets called.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Sledge, clearly at a jury trial, we are always assessing the credibility of witnesses. My client has now been impugned, or at least attempted to be impugned by the state by suggesting that either he should have been making a statement or his plea was something other, or that these facts are in fact his admitted facts.
I'm going to make it clear that that's not the case.
And that's where I want to make absolutely clear that he was in the position he was taking, that it was in his best interest.
All right. Anything else before we get the jury back in? That is a great idea. Let's all do that. Or take that opportunity. Okay, that is denied.
Next question, can you just acknowledge that I would have done that and then still do the motion for mistrust?
Yes. All right, let's take 5 or 10 minutes ourselves. to say something.
Please.
All right.
Judge, I fully adopt on behalf of Mr. Nichols, and I know I don't need to under the rule we're operating under, the motion for mistrial. I understand your ruling. I understand you are going to give an instruction, but I ask that as part of that instruction for an admonishment under 17-875, and I think that admonishment is mandatory, where counsel makes statements of prejudicial matters which are not in evidence. And I believe that this applies to this particular instance under these particular circumstances. So I've asked the court to admonish counsel. Yes, in front of the jury, obviously, as part of the instruction.
All right. Give me a second to get signed into Lexis and take a look exactly at what the statute says. Give me that site again. 17-875. I left out a number. Do you have any suggested language? I'm sure you do. That would be appropriate for the court to give as an admonishment.
I haven't. We can come up with something.
All right. Well, let's endeavor to do that right now.
The state to make a response.
You may. Go ahead.
No, okay. Your Honor, given that 17-875 refers to statements of prejudicial matters, which are not in evidence, and the factual basis given or read by the prosecutor in the plea in the 15 SC case, while containing details that are not contained within the factual acknowledgments of 22 SC 183-572, it contains, it's about the same act, which in the factual acknowledgments for this case, the defendant says occurred. He admits and acknowledges that he, Demekion Garlington, and Quindarius Zachary committed a drive-by shooting at this residence, and that they committed the drive-by shooting on behalf of YSL and to increase the notoriety, reputation, and fear of YSL, and that he admitted and was convicted of aggravated assault, participation in criminal street gang activity, and among other charges for his participation in the drive-by shooting referenced in sections 3, 4, and 5. And given that this evidence will be properly before the jury, our position is that these statements, the questions that I asked, which contains the factual basis, the assertion about the factual basis in the 15 SC case, would not be a prejudicial matter. Though the factual basis is not in evidence, the fact of the shooting is not a prejudicial matter, which mandates a rebuke.
Well, the fact that a co-defendant who may not ultimately testify and who you do not believe will testify has pled guilty.
I don't disagree that that should go, but that is not something that I.
No, I know. I don't think that you intended to elicit that, but yes, I'm going to give a rebuke. Ms. Love, I mean, that's just what it is sometimes to be the prosecutor in a case. Gotta have a tough skin. Suggested language, Mr. Harvey, or others?
For some smarter colleagues to give me some suggestions, which is everybody in these three tables.
And Your Honor, I'm still reading under the annotations of that particular statute.
Yeah, but you know, we also presented this, by the way, as a guilty plea, not as an offered plea. And we read a factual basis from something that's not in evidence. It is so highly prejudicial that we all made a motion for mistrial. A rebuke is in order under 17-875, and I think the court in front of the jury can say, and I hereby admonish the state for bringing up these matters that I have just told you to disregard, and the state should not do that again.
Your Honor, what the annotations say is what the law forbids is the introduction into a case by way of argument of facts, not only not in the record, but that are calculated to prejudice the accused. And
all right, Ms. Lev, I'm going to give some sort of an admonishment. And I mean, sometimes you need to just, keep your powder dry and not argue every single thing to the nth degree. I've already said I'm giving it. So, I mean, I can grant a mistrial if you prefer.
Oh, no.
Okay, then maybe stop arguing at this point.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, in terms of her having presented it as a guilty plea, an outward plea is still a guilty plea, so I don't find there to be anything wrong with her having references in a guilty plea, but, we already talked about the full factual basis thing, so I won't rehash that, but, okay. All right, and after I give the instructions, I'm going to ask y'all, I understand that the mistrial motions are preserved, but I am going to ask, since I haven't read out yet what I'm going to say, if y'all have any suggestions that you think would further elucidate, clarify, cure anything, I'm going to ask you for that. And if you have them, I would like for you to let me know that, and we can come up to the bench and consider any other further curative instructions, okay? All right, let's get the jury back out. And I mean, I don't know that we need the witness in here for that, but
will the court prior to
go ahead?
Will the court prior to bringing in the jury? Would the court be willing to read the
what I'm going to say? Well, I don't know what the rebuke. I mean, it's probably going to be something to the effect of after I explain to them what they're not to consider. I also admonish and rebuke you, Ms. Love, to pay careful attention to how you ask questions and to what you put before the jury. Mr. Harvey wants more. What else? I'll consider it.
You should be banned from asking any more questions ever for the rest of the.
Well, okay, reasonably speaking, though.
That may be going a little bit too far, but that's already been asked for, by the way. And that the court, in giving these instructions, intends to rebuke the state for asking for eliciting that improper testimony.
So, Your Honor, it wasn't improper testimony.
Okay.
It was the question.
Improper statements of the state. That's the whole point of a rebuke. That's the whole point.
And we would ask that the court is going to read, that the court reads only what the court initially said.
I will say you should not put that factual rendition before the jury as anything this witness admitted to. I'm listening.
At the time he pled guilty in 2017, because
I understand.
Your Honor.
Give me just a second. Sorry. Yes.
Let me request that the court consider including in its admonition the following language if the court deems it to be appropriate. Somewhere in there, the presentation of that evidence that I've described was improper and was not in keeping with the law and the prosecutor's ethical obligations. Accordingly, the state is admonished for their behavior and is instructed to refrain from asking or presenting any improper questions or evidence moving forward.
All right. I'll do a little bit of it, but not all of it. What was that last sentence?
I like the first sentence.
I'm sure you do. Instructed to refrain from what?
Refrain from asking any improper questions or presenting improper evidence.
All right. Well, they're not presenting evidence, so.
And should conduct themselves within their ethical obligations and legality.
Thank you. I'm not going to do that.
All right, got some more.
Got some more? All right. I think this is going to be enough. All right. Let's get the jury out. I mean, do y'all want the witness in here for this?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Have you or somebody instructed, maybe even Mr. Wright, the witness to not talk about anybody else's plea to anything? Can Mr. Wright just do that? All right, let's get the jury out. Be in here? Okay.
Your Honor, we do request that the witness is present.
Okay. Somebody let them know that. You can hurry. I mean, I've already said for the jury to come in, so. All right. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got some further instructions for you with regard to some of what you just heard. So I gave y'all an instruction that if this witness provided testimony that was inconsistent with a guilty plea admission, that you could accept that guilty plea admission as substantive evidence against any of these defendants. But then what we heard was that this witness pled guilty in 2017 to that being a part of that 2015 drive-by shooting. But and we heard kind of a factual basis that the prosecutor in that guilty plea had read before the court, or somebody had read before the court, as a part of what Ms. Love was asking questions about, and she was, kind of reading it from a transcript. All right, here's the thing, is that guilty plea, as I think you've heard this witness say, he entered that because he believed it to be in his best interest to do that. And this gets into a whole lot of kind of legal terminology and legal concepts, but there are a couple of different ways that somebody can say, yes, I'm pleading guilty to a crime. And one of them is called an Alford plea. It's just named after a case called Alford. But they're essentially saying, I am going to plead and accept that I'm guilty of this crime, but I am not saying that the facts that the state's putting forward are true. I am just saying, I think it's in my best interest to go ahead and resolve it that way. So everything that you heard, and that is totally legitimate to do that. And let me also say that Mr. Wright, who was representing this witness at the time, he let the court at that time in 2017 know, hey, this is an Alford plea. He's doing this because it's in his best interest, he believes, to do this. And Mr. Sledge was under no obligation, after his attorney said that, to, even if he got an opportunity to say anything else, to say, yeah, what my lawyer said, to add anything whatsoever to that. So I think there was a question about that, and he didn't, he didn't say anything else. He had no obligation to, he had no requirement to, he had no responsibility to, okay? So basically what I told you about, oh, you can take those facts and those admissions and consider it against him or anybody else in this trial, when it's an Alford plea, you cannot. So none of that I said was actually true about what you just heard about those 2017 guilty plea to the 2015 drive-by shooting, okay? So let me think what else. Oh, and you also need to completely disregard that anybody other than this witness right here, Mr. Sledge, might have pled to anything that had to do with that drive-by shooting, all right? So just entirely erase that from your minds. And I also, at this point, am going to admonish and rebuke you, Ms. Love, to pay careful attention to how you ask questions and what you put before the jury. You should not have put that factual rendition before the jury as anything that this witness admitted to at the time of the 2027 guilty plea. And I'm going to instruct you to refrain from asking improper questions.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Anything in addition that anybody needs to put before the court right now with regard to those curative instructions? All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Mr. Sledge. Would you tell the jury, just one moment.
Sure.
whether you are familiar with a person by the name of Antonio Sumlin who goes by the name Obama.
I know of him.
How do you know of him?
I seen him around.
Have you ever have you ever
We
hung
probably
out
been in the
with?
same. We probably been in the same vicinity, but I never hung with him. He never been in a car with me. He never nothing like that.
What about Martinez Arnold?
Yes, I know Martinez Arnold.
How long have you known him?
I've been knowing Martinez Arnold. Whoa, it's been a minute. I can't actually tell you how long, but it's been a minute.
Is he a person that you know who also answers to the name Duke?
Yes.
All right. Is Martinez Arnold YSL?
He's an artist of YSL.
And what about Antonio Sumlin? Is he YSL?
I can't tell you yes or no to that answer.
Now, putting aside matters in 2017, as they relate to December 28th, 2022, at any point, did you make an assertion while speaking with the state through your attorney that YSL is not a gang?
I don't think I made it in that plea agreement, but in 2015, okay, right.
In 2022, December 28th, 2022, at any point, did you assert that YSL is not a gang?
No.
At any point, did you assert that YSL members, that you are unaware of 3 or more YSL members who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL? At any point, did you make that assertion?
I don't remember.
Is there anything that would refresh your memory?
Yes, if you have anything that can refresh my memory.
What do you believe would refresh your memory?
I can't say whatever you have. If I can look at it and go over it, and then I can.
Yeah. Would looking at 444Y refresh your memory?
Yes.
Your factual acknowledgments, okay? Approaching the witness with 444Y. All right. Have you had a chance to review it?
Yes.
Does it refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. So at any point, did you assert that YSL is not made up of 3 or more members or associates who have committed crimes to increase the reputation of YSL?
I misunderstood that question because from our understanding, y'all say 3 or more people that commit a crime is a gang.
Why do you keep tying the state's understanding to your answers?
Because that's my understanding. You can't. That's my understanding. When I was arrested, that's what Gator and Dennis, not the state. I'm sorry, Detective Gator and Dennis provided us with, which they probably misled us.
And so when you say that's what they provided us with, what does whatever it is that you're speaking of have to do with your acknowledgement that YSL is made up of 3 or more people who've committed crimes for YSL? What does one thing have to do with the other?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I don't know.
Is there any part of Section 1 under your factual acknowledgments that you did not understand?
Yes, because I thought just 3 or more people that committed a crime, y'all would consider us a gang.
Again, let me ask
I
you
didn't
this question.
understand it.
Is the word gang in Section 1?
Yeah, but it's identify.
I'm sorry, what are you saying?
It said when you identify, it's identify. When you identify gang members, you identify with colors and hand signals. So that's why I took it as a gang.
So my question to you is not at this point about you taking something as a gang. It's specifically related to YSL being made up of 3 or more people who've committed crimes for YSL. Is that what you acknowledged in count 1?
Yes, I initiate. Yes.
Okay. So how does what Gaither or Dennis may or may not have said to you, what does that have to do with whether or not you know about 3 or more people who've committed crimes for YSL?
I can't say.
You also said you've been a member of YSL since 2012. Your memory was refreshed.
Yes, because as it went on, it started as a neighborhood gang, but as
Wait.
a neighborhood gang.
What are you saying? Spell what you're saying.
GANG.
Okay. What started as a neighborhood gang?
YSL.
All right. What do you mean when you say gang in that sentence?
You ain't let me finish the first.
I promise you I will, just if you don't mind. Can you tell the jury what you mean when you say gang right there?
What it said, gang. 3 or more people.
Keep going.
It's a gang, you say.
No. I can't testify, so it has to be you and your
I
words.
just said 3 or more people is a gang.
So when you say that YSL started as a neighborhood gang, what is it that you mean? That it just has 3 or more people?
Yeah, because, well, I guess, from my understanding, I guess.
So tell the jury what you understand a gang to be. Apart from Gaither, Dennis, or anyone from the state, what is Mr. Antonio Sledge's understanding of what a gang is?
Judge, I'm going to object. It calls for a legal conclusion by this witness.
No, sir, it doesn't. So I'm going to overrule that. She's asking about his lay understanding of it.
My understanding of the gang with 3 or more people hanging together. That's my understanding. I didn't think you had to be committing a crime to be a gang.
So continue explaining why you said it started out as a neighborhood gang.
Because that was my understanding of it.
Okay. And so then what happened?
Jeffrey Williams started a company called YSL the Label. Okay. So it departed from the gang.
Okay. So who all was a part of the neighborhood gang called YSL?
I can't name. In this courtroom, I don't see anybody, but you got a couple of us. I can say I was. I'm gonna say I was. I can't name other people. I'm gonna stick with I was.
Who started YSL, the neighborhood gang?
I wasn't down when they started, so I don't know.
What is your understanding of who started it?
Mondo said he started. He ain't on this case.
Why do you mention that Mondo isn't on this case?
I'm just saying. You said who started YSL the gang. Okay.
So is Mondo, to your knowledge, also YSL, a YSL gang member?
I don't know. I never hung with Mondo. I don't really even know him.
So who did you hang with as part of YSL, the neighborhood gang?
Well, I guess you could say Stevens. I don't want to name the other people they did. I don't want to name the deceased. If that okay with you?
Is Stevens the only living person that you know of who was a member of YSL, the neighborhood gang?
That I know personally?
That you know of who was a member of YSL, the neighborhood gang?
I can't think of right now off the top of my head.
Is every person that you hang with or consider a friend or a loved one a member of a gang?
Had they been a member of a gang?
Is everybody that you hang with a member of the gang YSL?
I wouldn't say that.
What makes some people a member of the gang YSL and some people not, in your mind?
Based on what you say. Based on what you tell me. If you told me you were YSL the gang, then that's my understanding. If you tell me you were part of YSL the label, that's my understanding.
Okay.
That don't mean it have to be true. You just,
Is it your testimony that the only requirement to be considered a gang in your mind is that 3 or more people hang out together?
No, because I thought to be in a gang, you have to be whatever they call it, jumped in, beat in, whatever you want to call it.
Okay. So that's why I was asking you earlier. Tell the jury what Mr. Sledge's understanding of a gang is. Outside of anything you've heard from the state, tell the jury what your understanding of what a gang is.
I just told you, Ms. Lord.
All right. You said earlier, did you, that it just means that 3 people are hanging together?
I said that's part of three or more people hanging together, and some other way they said you have to be jumped in the gang. That's why I never consider YSL a gang, because you don't have to get jumped in YSL to be YSL. A lot of people just say they YSL and run with it. And then I don't think with YSL, there's so many different people that probably claim gangs. You got Crips, you got Blood, you got GD, you even got what we call them civilians that say they YSL. So all that can't even go together as being a gang.
Okay. So given what can't go together as being a gang, just tell the jury what you think, what has to be present for a group to be considered a gang in your mind.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
I'm going to show you what the state has labeled and previously provided to the defense, but I will provide again as State's Exhibit 410 Yankee to State's Exhibit 442 Yankee. And I will provide to the defense another copy. They have it already? Okay. Would you take a look at the photographs that are labeled State's 410 Yankee to 4. Let me actually enumerate. So 410, 411, 412, 413, 414, 415, 416, 417, 418, 419, 420, 421, 422, 423, 424, 426, 427, 428, 429, 430, 430, and tell me if you recognize those photographs. And Your Honor, I did not yet say 425, so not tendered 425.
All right, so well, it's 410Y through 424Y and then 426Y through 430Y?
Yes.
I can't see 427. It's blurry.
All right. Can you pull up 427 on the digital? I'll bring you a digital copy of 427. So for now, Your Honor, we won't consider 427 until I present that at a different time. Have you had a chance to look at 410 through 424 and 426 and then 428 through 430?
Yes.
Yankee? All right.
Yes.
Do you recognize those photographs?
I see them now, so yeah.
Are you depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
Okay. Are they fair and accurate depictions of you at the time that the photographs were taken?
I'm in the photographs, I see that much.
Are they fair and accurate depictions of you at the time? Okay.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders 410 Yankee, 4 411 Yankee, actually 410 through 424 Yankee, 426 Yankee, and 428 Yankee through 430 Yankee.
All right. Is there another?
Got it.
Understood.
Are they admitted, Your Honor? Did the court say yes?
Yes, they're
Okay,
admitted.
thank you. All right. So, Mr. Sledge, I'm going to start out with 410 Yankee. And I'm going to display it on the screen right over your right shoulder.
I can see it right here.
Okay. And if we could just blow that up.
It ain't right.
Did you have a social media? Do you use social media, Mr.
Yes.
Sledge?
Yes.
What platforms of social media do you use?
I don't have like an Instagram.
What is your Instagram name?
I think it's double OG Toon right now.
Right now.
Yeah.
What was it in 2015?
Right here it say triple OG Toon.
And does right there accurately reflect what your Instagram name was in 2015?
Yes.
All right. What types of things did you post on Instagram?
I post a lot on Instagram. Pictures of me and friends, probably sometime my kids.
And everyone having different reasons for posting. What are some of the reasons you would post on Instagram?
It's a website. It's an entertainment site.
Okay. Did you sometimes post messages on Instagram?
Maybe.
Looking at 410 Yankee. All right. What message did you post on the picture in State's Exhibit 410 Yankee?
YSL, fuck the rest, love. Fuck the rest, love.
And what is next to the word love?
100, 2 green heart, 2 green snakes.
And how is it that you spell the word immediately to the right of YSL?
How did I spell it?
Yes, how did you spell it?
I told the y'all and put an X in it.
Why?
Because that's what I wanted to do.
Why did you want to do that?
Why did I can't do it?
You can. I'm just asking why you wanted to do it.
There was no reason.
It was random. Okay. Would you tell the jury who all is pictured in State's Exhibit 410 Yankee for the record?
I can't name all them people right now. I can only name the people I know.
Would you stand up, being careful, do not trip over the ledge?
Yeah, I got a bad leg.
I don't want you to trip. And point out the people to the jury that you do know and tell their names or what you call them.
I see me. I see Mr. Arnold. I see Mr. Kendra, Shannon.
Would you do me a favor? I'm going to give you this microphone so that you can point out. Speak into it, though.
Y'all have a laser pointer?
We had a pointer.
I mean, a laser pointer would be a better idea than a stick, but either would be better than just.
Your point. I'm not saying I don't know these people.
That's okay.
Me, Arnold, Stevenson. I think, yeah, that's Roscoe. Garnington.
Let's go with where the pointer is. Can you see that white pointer?
That's Garnington.
Okay. Go ahead.
I think that's Pee Wee.
Who is Pee Wee? Do you know his real name? Is it
I don't-
Jimmy Winfrey?
I think that what it is. I don't actually remember. I think that's what it is though.
Go ahead.
Stevenson.
All right.
Me.
All right.
I think that's Jeffrey.
Uh-huh.
Shannon.
Okay.
Mr. Kendrick.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Arnold.
Okay.
I can't see who that is.
All right.
I don't know. I don't know who that is. You can't even see his face.
Can you tell who the person is in the white hoodie to the far left of the screen?
I don't really know him.
What about the one to the far right of the screen?
I don't really know him either.
Okay. Now, thank you. You can have a seat. Thank you so much.
Is the date and time reflected on that post April 28th, 2015 at 11:58 a.m.?
I don't see the time, but I see the, oh yes. Yes, that's the time of the day.
All right. Now, do you have any reason why you posted this particular picture with that particular caption on April 28th, 2015?
I don't have any reason. The person who's over YSL, the label, right there in the picture.
All right.
He have a YSL shirt on.
The person that's over YSL, the label, has a YSL shirt on?
No. I said that Mr. Jeffrey, who owns, well, who's over YSL, the label, is right there in the picture.
Is it your testimony, or you said earlier rather, that Mondo said he started YSL, the gang?
I never said the label. I said the gang. That's what he said. I didn't say he started.
I said that you said Mondo said.
I heard Mondo say he started YSL, the gang. So
from your understanding, is there anyone other than Mondo who started YSL, the gang?
what I don't want to say because it's hearsay.
I just want to know your understanding of the gang you were a member of in 2012.
Hearsay, I could say Stevenson, they said.
So when you, how did you become a member of YSL?
I just started saying I was YSL. Like I told you, anybody can say that.
Okay. Do you know a young man named Walter Murphy who answers to the name DK?
Yeah, I know Walter Murphy.
Is he YSL?
I heard him say it before, so I guess.
Tell the jury who all in this picture that you posted on April the 28th, 2015 are members of YSL.
Do you want me to tell you the people who the label YSL, or you want to tell the people that would probably say they was YSL the gang?
YSL in any capacity, tell the jury
Okay, the
what
label.
people you were referring to when you said
You got
YSL, FUXK, the rest, love.
all right. You got Jeffrey Williams. He had a YSL the label. You got Mr. Honor. He's the artist. You got Mr. Kendrick. He's the artist. You got Mr. Stillwell, was trying to become an artist of YSL. And
YSL in any way, label, gang. Who in this photograph would you consider YSL?
you could first do this though, because you had certain people initiated YSL one way, and you had other people initiated another way. So I can actually say, since they not part of the label, and they probably will consider it, well, I don't know where Roscoe really was, but he considered himself as the label. So I say me, probably at the time, I worked it for the labor, but I could say, I guess Stevenson, Garnerton, they never worked for the labor. So, and I told you the other ones I don't know.
What is the one way that some initiated themselves and the other way that others initiated themselves?
Could you repeat that?
Yes. What is one way that some initiated themselves and the other way that others initiated themselves?
I can't say because everybody just throwing up why I say.
Why did you just tell the jury some initiated themselves one way and others initiated themselves
I
another way?
understand everything you say, Miss Lord. Some of them just throwing up YSL saying they YSL, and the rest don't work for YSL.
What did you mean when you used the word initiated?
Initiated?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. I don't even really. I just was saying something.
What do you were
I don't
just
even-
saying stuff?
Yes.
Why did you just say that particular word?
I don't know.
Why is your index finger
Wiping
under
my
your
nose.
nose?
That's the way I decided to take the picture that day.
Okay. And why did
Me?
you said wiping the nose.
Right.
What does that mean?
Wiping nose. There's no other way you could put that.
Is that a symbol or a hand sign that YSL members frequently use?
I guess.
Okay. Those 2 green hearts, why did you choose to post green hearts next to the 100s after you said YSL, FUXK, the rest love?
I guess because I wanted to use the green hearts on the snakes on this post at that time.
Are green hearts emojis that YSL members typically use to represent themselves?
I don't
or
think
to show love for YSL?
To show love, but I don't think YSL the only people that use the green emojis.
That's fair. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, are those hearts, specifically green hearts, some emojis that YSL members frequently use to either show love or to identify themselves?
To show love.
Okay. Do you know why the hearts are green that YSL members typically use?
No.
Is green a color that is associated with YSL?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Yes.
How long has it been associated with YSL? Since you were a member in 2012?
I don't know. I don't think, because I don't even think the green emoji was on the phone in 2012.
What about the 2 emojis next to the green hearts? What are they?
They snakes look like.
Okay. You posted it, right?
Right.
So what did you post?
I'm telling you, they look like green snakes right there.
Why did you post 2 green snakes next to the 2 green hearts after YSL, FUXK, the rest love?
I like the emojis, Miss Love.
Are green snakes emojis that YSL members typically use when communicating with one another and making postings about themselves?
I wouldn't say because I seen LeBron James use the green snake emoji, Kobe Bryant. I don't seen a lot of people use the green emoji.
Understood. I am talking about YSL members.
I guess.
Okay. How many people on your post that is depicted in 410 Yankee actually have record deals or had record deals in 2015?
I couldn't answer that question for you because I don't know if they had a deal, but I know they was rapping. I don't know the whole aspect of the legal business, but I know they was artists, they features on songs and things like that.
And do you know whether any of these persons that are depicted in 410 Yankee have actually been signed with a music label called YSL?
I never seen the paperwork, but they say they was.
How many?
Jeffrey Williams, Kendrick, and Mr. Arnold.
Okay. Were you at a club in this photograph depicted in 410 Yankee?
I don't. It looked like a club, it looked like a strip club.
Okay.
If I want to say, if I'm not mistaken, I think we were celebrating Mama Duck's birthday that day. If I'm not mistaken.
Who is Mama Duck?
That's Jeffrey Williams' mother.
Okay. And Mama Duck, that's the name you call her.
Yes.
And do you love Mama Duck?
With all my heart.
Okay. Is Mama Duck here today?
I can't see you in the way. Yeah, she right in front of me now.
All right. Was the photograph depicted in State's Exhibit 410 Yankee posted before or after Demekion Garlington got jumped in the club?
Could you pull the date back up? Because I'm not for sure.
Yes. Are you able to see it?
No, I can't see it right here.
Can you make it broader?
428. It looked like a day. Well, this picture actually was posted the next day. It wasn't even posted the night. It probably wasn't even posted. It probably was took before, and then I just posted it on the 28th.
Okay.
April.
And do you recall whether you posted it before or after Demekion got jumped?
Is there a day before if he got jumped the 29th of April, you say? I don't recall what day it was that he got jumped.
Do you recall whether it was posted before or after you, Garlington, and Zachary did the drive-by?
I don't remember exactly the day the drive-by had. If you have anything to refresh my memory, I can go for that.
All right. Would looking at 444 Yankee refresh your memory?
Yes.
All right. showing the witness approaching with 444 Yankee.
I completed or you bring they don't have the date on it, I do it.
Does looking at page 3 of 7 for council sake,
That can't be right.
what can't be right?
The date can't be right on none of that happened.
April 28, 2015
Cause there's
cannot
no
be
way,
right.
there's no way we could be in two different places at one time. Well, that's the day I posted it. That's why I said it probably was the same night.
Okay.
That probably just today. And that was that morning
Okay.
that I posted.
All right.
You trying to confuse me.
I promise you I'm not.
I promise you will.
All right. Well, are you able to see more clearly the timestamp?
Yeah, I posted that at 11 a.m.
Okay.
And the crazy part about the dates gotta be wrong, Ms. Lord.
Why do you say that?
Because the shooting was, I want to say 2, 3 in the morning, so that would have been the next day.
Okay.
Not the same day. It wouldn't have been the 28th. It probably would have been the 29th.
Okay.
So that's why you trying to confuse me.
Okay.
So you wrong.
Okay. You realize I can't give testimony.
You right.
Okay. So moving on to State's Exhibit 411Y.
You gonna keep showing me the picture with this green snake on it?
Well, are these your postings?
Yeah, but you just said something about the green snake just a minute ago. Why we gotta keep going about the green snake? I know the jury understand by now. You saying that the green snake is what we go by.
Who is we?
I'm saying that's what you said. You said
No, I
me.
can't give evidence.
You
don't
said
you?
me, Garlington. You said that I posted the green snake on the post with us in it. So that would YSL supposed to go by the green snake, right?
You do understand that I can't testify.
I'm saying, but
Let's quit this
to me,
and ask the next question.
I feel like
Showing you State's Exhibit.
I just feel like it's pointless.
Showing you State's Exhibit 411 Yankee. With the date clearly depicted.
I can't see the date.
Would you read for the jury the time and date depicted on that posting?
2 p.m. 4/24/2015.
And what is the caption that you put on this post?
I love my snakes, and they love me.
Who is it that you consider your snakes?
Anybody I be with at that time?
Who is depicted in this collage of photographs in 411 Yankee?
They all different photos. I couldn't see that one right there, but I want to say me.
Let's start at the bottom left, and I'm going to point the arrow over different people starting at the bottom left.
That's me.
Okay. Who is the person that the icon is over now?
That look like Shannon.
And to his immediate left, who is that?
Okay.
The next one.
You ain't on. That's Demiki and Garlington.
Who is Shannon in the picture with?
Me.
Okay. And who is Demikion Garlington in the picture with?
Me.
And up above Demikion and you, who is depicted in that photograph?
I can't see his face.
Can you
It's
zoom in
blurry.
a little bit?
No, it's blurry.
So at this point, you don't remember who's in that
I
photograph?
can't see his face, really. It's blurry.
Are you able to see who is in the photograph to the left of that picture? If we blow it up.
I don't see no face. I'm just looking at clothing from the last video. And then I can identify like that. But I can't see their face.
When you say clothing from the last video, was either of these pictures taken at the same time that the picture was taken in 410 Yankee?
No, all these pictures was taken at different times.
Okay.
I put them on a collage together.
Are the green snakes, when you say, I love my snakes and they green heart me, are you referring to your fellow YSL members with the green snakes?
I guess, Miss Love.
Why do you guess? Do you not know?
Yes, Miss Love.
Showing you State's Exhibit 412 Yankee with the date depicted, if we could zoom in on it. Let's start out with the time and date that 412 Yankee was posted. Would you read that into the record, please?
I can't see the time, but it's I got my little brother with me. Love them niggas to death. 100, 2 green snakes.
Can you see the time now?
No, you gotta go up. Okay. Up. Not, yeah.
All right.
1:12 p.m. 4/20/2015.
Okay. And what little brothers is it that you have with you?
I think that's Shannon and is that Shannon? I think that's not Shannon. I think that's the meat. I can't see the face. I know that's Zachary.
Now you also have 2 green hearts. I'm sorry, snakes. Are those 2 green snakes at the end of that?
Yes.
And are these people in this photograph with you also considered your snakes?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 413 Yankee. As we zoom in on the date and the time with each one.
Did we already see this picture?
Would you read into the record what the date and the time are for State's Exhibit?
Me and the YSL family. 2 green heart, 2 green snake, 100.
Okay. And what date and time?
Time 4:53 p.m. 4/18/2015.
All right.
So you could actually see they all different dates, but the same picture. So I don't know what date they was taken.
Okay. I'm asking about the date that they were posted.
Posted. Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm going to go to State's Exhibit 416 Yankee. Blowing up 416 Yankee to show the date and the time. Let's start at the very bottom with the time and the date of this post. Would you read into the record the time and date of this particular post?
It's a bitch on blood. 100.
Thank you. You got ahead of me. I need you to read the time and date that you made this post on your Instagram account.
10/23/3/27/2010.
10:23 p.m. on March 27, 2015?
Yes.
All right. Now, what are you doing with your hand?
I can't see it.
Let's
Not on here.
go down and blow it up.
I see I'm shooting a bird and I'm throwing up like it looked like a 3.
Okay, your left hand, you're shooting a bird. Are you not showing YSL with your right hand?
That's not why I said.
Okay. When you say,
I said it look like I'm throwing up a 3. We throw up 3 for zone 3.
how do you spell, you said that says bitch on blood. How do you spell bitch in 416 Yankee?
I took the S out the C. I replaced the C with an X.
Why?
Just something we do.
Who is we?
People in general, I seen on the internet do it. I can't say Pacific, I've seen a lot of people do it.
Have you seen members of YSL do it besides yourself?
No.
Okay. What do you mean when you say your blood in 416 Yankee?
I said I'm blood. I never.
What do you mean when you say you are blood?
I affiliated with the blood gang.
Did you also affiliate with the Blood Gang in 2012?
No.
When did you begin affiliating with the Blood Gang?
Probably like, I want to say 13, 14.
How did you become affiliated with the Blood Gang?
Because I know a couple of people that was blood. I never joined, but I know blood.
What about the Bloods make you consider them a gang using your definition?
I heard around the blood with blood gangs, so.
Going to State's Exhibit 417 Yankee. What date did you make the post depicted in 417 Yankee?
3/23/2015.
Who, showing the photograph, the pictures, tell the jury who is depicted in 417 Yankee.
Me, Shannon, and Stevenson. But I should have been saying on that post, me and my blood brothers. Because I look at them like my blood brothers. My little brothers.
Going from left, no, stay on the picture. Going from left to right, the person on Shannon's right, who is that person on the far right with the black and white?
That's me.
What are you doing with your hands?
I'm throwing up 2 guns.
What does that mean?
I don't really know. I used to carry 2 guns every day before you guys made me a convicted felon. I couldn't talk guns anymore.
Why are you holding up that particular hand sign to depict 2 guns?
Then I just said the last thing that I was affiliated with the Bloods.
And so what does the 2 guns have to do with the Bloods?
floods?
I don't know. I seen a couple of blurs just throw it up. I don't know. Sometimes they say Pistol Pete or something like that.
And who is Pistol Pete?
I don't know. I don't